We will do our best to facilitate a smooth meeting with public participation, and we ask that everyone be patient as we navigate this together. We have two formats for participation, the Zoom web application as well as teleconference. And before we begin, I want to review some guidelines and general instructions for the meeting. Please silence your other communication devices such as your cell or desk phone. This will ensure we're not hearing any feedback or causing interruption during the meeting. And during the meeting, all participants on Zoom, except for the board members and South Coast AQMD staff, will be placed on mute by the host. That means you will not be able to mute or unmute your lines manually. After each agenda item, the chair will announce public comment. So for those on Zoom, if you'd like to make public comment on the Zoom screen, please click on the raise hand button. This will signal to the host that you'd like to provide public comment and that you'll be added to the list. And if you're using Zoom on your smartphone, please tap the raise hand button on the bottom of the screen. And for those calling in on the phone, you can dial *9 on your keypad to signal that you would like to comment. And your name will be called when it's your turn to comment, and the host will unmute your line automatically. So please note you can hang up and or leave the Zoom meeting at any time. And with that, that concludes my remarks, and turn it over to you, Dr. Burke.
Okay, have we got a quorum?
Let's see.
Yes. Yes, we do.
Okay. Then we'll call to order the September 4th, 2020 board meeting of the South Coast Air Quality Management District. And is Councilman Buscaino with us yet? No. Ron, how can I see everybody at one time?
Right. Sorry, at the upper right of your screen, it should say, you should see a little circle with a box in it. You click on that box, it's gallery view.
Aha. Okay. There's everybody. Son of a gun. You were hiding. Hi, Manny. How you doing? Supervisor Perez, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this morning?
Sure, my pleasure. Everyone, please rise. Please join me in saluting our nation's flag. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
You know, when I was getting dressed this morning, I was thinking about the meeting, and I thought about the Pledge of Allegiance, and there were some people who had complained that during a Zoom meeting, it's difficult to get up out of your chair and stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. And so I thought about, I was at Kimpo Air Force Base when I was in the Air Force, and President Johnson had just issued the Bay of Tompkins resolution. I forget what year that was. It was probably 1962. So mass of troops from throughout the Far East moved into Vietnam, and I was one of the guys who was lucky enough to get to go, right? So I was at Kimpo Air Force Base, and it was a madhouse. I mean, there were people running in every direction and screaming and hollering, and just sheer chaos. And this full-bird colonel stands up on the counter in the flight check, and in his loud voice says, "May I get everyone's attention, please?" And it slows down to a low roar, and then he says, "I would like everybody in this room to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance." And that room went to like silent, and everybody joined that colonel in pledging allegiance to the United States of America, because everybody knew that where they were going was definitely going to be in harm's way. And it was one of the most just uplifting moments in my life. And it was all just caused by some colonel whose name I have no clue, standing up and shutting everybody down and saying, let's join me, please, in the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States, because it's a very powerful message if you really listen to it. So with all my musings going aside there, I'd like to call on Mr. Nastri if he has any comments.
Thank you, Dr. Burke. There were just two items that I thought I would raise with the board. One was last night, the governor issued an emergency proclamation. This concerns the historic record heat wave that's anticipated this weekend and the concern about power generation, power demand. So under that proclamation, power generators are urged to do whatever they can to generate as much power as they can. It affects us in terms of our permitting and the conditions that are imposed upon it, but the proclamation in essence says that they can continue to do what they need to do to produce power from basically 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. It's anticipated that this will last through Monday. We're in close discussions with the governor's office on this matter. If anything should change by then, for instance, if it's necessary to extend, we'll let the board know. So that covers the governor's emergency proclamation. The second issue is the LA Department of Water Power Valley Generating Station. We alerted the board last week with regards to when we received information. We did follow up with inspections and with mobile platform monitoring in the area, as well as air samples. Our analysis came in just yesterday in terms of finalization of the data, and we're posting that information on our website. In fact, it was posted last night. Just very briefly, we did confirm that there were leaks on site at some of the compressor units. The mobile platform in the perimeter and the community areas only revealed typical background levels. And on this particular instance, we continue to work with the California Air Resources Board and other authorities, and our investigation continues. And that concludes my remarks, Dr. Burke.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is there any remarks that would like to be made by any of the board members? Hearing none, we will move on to the consent calendar on the agenda. Are there any items that any of my colleagues would like to pull?
Dr. Burke, this is Supervisor Rutherford.
Yes.
I don't want to pull anything, but I need to read into the record that on for agenda item number 5, while I do not have a financial conflict of interest, I'm required to identify for the record that I am a steering committee member for the California Natural Gas Vehicle Partnership, which is involved in this item.
And Chairman Burke,
Yes.
I also have to say for agenda item number 11, I do not have financial interest, but I am required to identify for the record that I am a regional council member for the Southern California Association of Governments, which is involved in this item.
Thank you very much, Supervisor.
Thank
Chairman
you.
Burke?
And
Morning.
same for me, Dr. Burke.
Mayor?
For agenda item number 11, I do not have a financial interest, but I am required to identify for the record that I am a regional council member for the Southern California Association of Governments, which is involved in this item.
Thank you. I see that Mayor Buscaino has, Councilman.
Thanks for that promotion, Mr. Chair.
Hey, I'm just always ahead of my time,
I appreciate the trust and confidence that you have in me. I appreciate you, sir. Mr. Chair, I was brought into the meeting just a couple minutes late. I had to wait for the IT staff, but I do like to make a statement on the DWP natural gas leak, if I may. So we're all disappointed, colleagues, to learn about the natural gas leak at one of our own power generation plants. And as you're aware, DWP has committed and implemented the best available technology at all of our facilities I appreciate Wayne's comments. The DWP's record has been very good, but we can always do better. The city has recently announced we'll be phasing out 3 of our coastal generation plants, but it doesn't mean that we drop our guard. And there are new digital imaging technologies that have been deployed recently. And in fact, we have seen some of it used by AQMD for ships offshore that were leaking. We know that this technology was also used by JPL to detect the current leak at the site. But I believe it's time now that we consider deploying this technology for all DWP sites to ensure our residents and region that we're safe. This should include all facilities of this type, not just LADWP. So you have my commitment that we all get to the bottom of this and it will be resolved quickly. I speak also on behalf of our council president and a dear colleague, Nuri Martinez, and a dear friend, Tony Cardenas, our Congress member, who represents the impacted areas. And I appreciate the time and allowing me to speak. And I also have an item that I need to, on item number 11, if I may be able to do that now, Mr. Chair.
Sure. Since nobody else has pulled anything, you're up to bat.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Before you start on 11, Councilman.
Go ahead, sir.
I would like to commend DWP because when I came here, they were an adversary. I mean, they were a knockdown, drag out, put your toe to the line in a adversarial position with AQMD.
Yep, come a long way.
And their attitude and their ability to deliver has dramatically changed over the last 2 decades. And I think they should be commended for that effort, So you can now speak to item 11.
Yeah, on item number 11, colleagues, I don't have a financial interest, but I am required to identify the record that I am a regional council member for Southern California Association of Governments in which the item is involved in. Thank you.
Okay, and then.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I just want to pull very briefly, and I supported item number 4 to highlight one of the topics in there, item number 4.
Okay, well, why don't you speak to item number 4?
I think it's a great program and it benefits a lot with ocean-going vessels, the money coming from the feds and our support for this Volvo Lights program. But I'd like staff, Mr. Chair, this Volvo Lights program is very exciting, but I noticed in there's a supplement to it called the Switch On project. If somebody could maybe someone can talk about this Switch On project and how much it's really going to accelerate this program.
Matt, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. Yes, thank you, council members. So as the board may remember, we were one of the first entities to support the development of battery electric trucks, Class 8 heavy duty, where we've been able to engage 2 of the largest truck manufacturers, and Volvo is one of those truck manufacturers. So last year, we were able to secure a very substantial award from the California Air Resources Board with Volvo to implement their low impact green heavy duty transport or LIGHTS program. And that was essentially the development and demonstration of some early Class 8 Volvo trucks. Now this subsequent award that we're bringing to the board today as part of an EPA grant is to further commercialize that technology. So with the EPA's help, we're going to deploy a larger number of these Volvo Lights trucks to the tune of they're providing, or rather, we're going to deploy 70 of these additional trucks in 5 fleets throughout the Inland Empire, San Fernando Valley, and in the LA County area. Now, the EPA is providing almost $20 million, and Volvo and the fleets themselves will be also providing up to about half of that, 10 and some change $million. And the South Coast is being requested to provide $2 million.
Matt, and could you also speak to the commercialization aspect and why it's so important?
As you probably know, Councilman Caciotti, the evolution of technology goes from prototype development, early beta stage demonstrations, early production, and then to production. So this, and at each stage, you get a larger number of vehicles to test out the robustness, the architecture, ensure that everything works as it should for a commercial product. So with this large deployment of over 70 trucks, the intent is to then at the end of this actually have a commercial product. So they're going to run these through the various duty cycles at the fleets in order to show the robustness of this technology such that it can become a commercial product at the end.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to highlight this program from our staff and the board's leadership on really being transformative in an entire industry in not only the United States, but the world. This project goes well, which is the initial one it has just far-reaching effects for the industry.
Duly noted. So with that, would you like to add it and move the whole agenda?
Mr. Chair, if I might be recognized.
Oh, surely.
Thank you.
Yes.
I need to announce that I don't have a financial interest or conflict of interest in agenda item number 3, but it does involve funding from the California Air Resources Board, and I am a member of that board. Also, I would like to pull items 23 and 28 to make comments on those.
Okay, we're only taking items 1 through 11 currently.
All right.
But you want 23 when we get there?
Yes, please, and
Okay.
28.
I got it. Okay, I'll take a motion.
Dr. Burke, yeah, just one other thing. I believe Councilman Rodriguez does not have a financial interest, but would like to identify for the record that he is a member of the California Natural Gas Partnership and a regional council member for the Southern California Association of Governments, which are involved in items number 5 and 11.
Thank you, Bay. Dr. Burke as well. This is Supervisor Perez. For agenda item number 4, I do not have a financial interest, but I'm required to identify for the record that I'm a board member of Sunline Transit Agency, which is involved with the item. Thank you.
And I also have a disclosure, Mr. Burke, if I may, agenda item number 5 and 11. I do not have a financial interest, but I am required to identify for the record I'm a member of the California Natural Gas Vehicle Partnership and a regional council member for the Southern California Association of Governments.
Okay. Is there any other acknowledgement?
We do have 2 people on the attendees side that would like to make a comment, I believe, as well.
On the consent calendar?
We'll have to ask, but my guess is they've had their hands raised for a few minutes here.
Okay, why don't you check them, Ben?
Sure. Stephen Goldsmith, do you have a comment on the consent calendar items that are up for a vote right now? Mr. Goldsmith, you should be able to unmute now. Stephen Goldsmith, can you hear us and can you unmute? All right, I also have a call-in user number 1. Call-in user number 1, you can go ahead and unmute now. And staff, it's *6. Oh, I see. No, we still don't have a, oh, there we go. Call-in user number 1, go ahead.
Yes, good morning, board members. I am Ranji George. I am an ex-technology advancement employee per program supervisor, and I've for over 20 years working with zero emission technologies. And I just wanted to draw your attention again, the discriminatory nature, of this proposal is good. We are moving forward, but you can see that 24 million or around 24 million is going for battery vehicles, but 6 million for fuel cells. And this has been continuing for last 10, 15 years whenever the funding is. The disproportionate funding to battery as opposed to fuel cell is putting fuel cells at a much bigger disadvantage to compete in California. And this is continuing going forward. I would urge you for all at least for 1-to-1 ratio we should maintain, because fuel cells will not have the after effects of a battery. There's a huge mountain of batteries that is coming as waste. And I want to thank Dr. Krakow for the board member Krakow for saying DTSC has started looking finally into it. This battery waste thing is going to be a huge thing. If EJ community can successfully fight back the battery recycling, big factories that are going to be put in their community, guess where it will end up? EJ communities outside of California, or worse, outside in the world. Today, Mexico, I just discovered, is American battery producers are dumping a whole lot of batteries into Mexico. You can read about it in the lead acid. It's an eye-opener how many tons of battery waste are going to Mexico. And this is going to be replicated 10 times more when these battery vehicles hit the market. So I urge you very strongly to put more money into hydrogen fuel cell infrastructure so we can encourage people to buy more hydrogen vehicles and do not have to deal with this 30-year impact and the ongoing impact of it. We have had nuclear waste. We are dealing with our older generation thought this will be the answer to our power generation, but they forgot about nuclear waste. And now generations after generations have to deal with it. Nobody has a solution. And this is going to be replicated in the battery waste. So I would urge you, sir, to look into these issues, to make the amounts available for fuel cells on an equal footing as battery vehicles. And thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. George. Are there any other comments on the consent calendar?
Yes, I have Florence Rubin that's now raised her hand. Florence, and I still have Stephen Goldsmith with their hand raised as well, but Florence, go ahead.
Okay.
I just will speak for a very short time and say that from the time that I worked at DTSC as an enforcement branch chief, and we were looking at the Exide permit, I have said that new technologies are needed for dealing with batteries, that we needed to work with the industry, come up with solutions that would either make batteries more acceptable for recycling or whatever could be done, that we needed new technologies, new facilities, and new ways of doing business. And I say that again today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I happen to agree with you 100%. Are there any other hands up?
My comment is in general periods, not on this subject.
All right, thank you, Stephen. Go ahead and if you want to not raise your hand now and then raise your hand when we get to general comment, that'd be great.
Okay.
That's it, Dr. Burke.
That's it. Okay, well then I will accept a motion on the consent calendar.
Move the consent calendar, Mr. Burke.
I'll second it, Supervisor Berger.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for the consent calendar. Would the clerk call the roll? Oh, you know what I didn't do? I
Roll
didn't
call.
have the roll called at the beginning of the meeting to know we had a quorum. But I did ask at a quorum, and the legal counsel assured me we did. So anyway, we will now call the roll call on the consent calendar.
Supervisor Barger,
Aye.
Supervisor Bartlett, Councilmember Buscaino,
Aye.
Councilmember Casciotti,
Yes.
Senator Delgado,
Aye.
Board Member Krakoff,
Yes.
Mayor McCallan,
Yes.
Councilmember Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Perez,
Aye.
Councilmember Rodriguez,
Yes.
Supervisor Rutherford,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Benoit,
Yes.
Chairman Burke.
Yes.
Motion passes 12-1.
Okay, we will then move on to items 12 through 19, holding 23. Oh, no, 12 through 19.
Move the items, Buscaino.
Just to clarify, the vote was 12 yes and 1 abstention, correct?
Yes.
Carol?
One absent.
Yes.
Right.
Thank you.
Absent.
Thank you.
Dr. Burke,
Yes.
item number 17, staff would like to pull the RFP for outside legal counsel. We need additional time, so we respectfully request that that one item not be part of the agenda.
So it would be 12 through 19 with the exception of 17.
Well, 17 would be included, just that one specific RFP.
I see. Okay. Then 12, including 17, except for that one RFP.
Move the items as amended.
Second.
Dr. Burke, I do have a public commenter that's raised his hand now. It's Harvey Eder.
Okay. Mr.
Harvey,
Evans?
do you have comments on items 11 through 20, Mr. Eder? I'm sorry, 12 through 20?
Are you still discussing when I get to talk on? I'll let you
No, go
discuss.
ahead, Mr. Eder. We're just, for comments on items number 12
Okay.
through 20.
Well, okay, this is under protest, extreme protest. Okay, I plugged in 3, 4, half a dozen times under 1 through 11. Being purged, man. I had to call back in to get this, and then that was done, and we're on something else. This is garbage. I'm the public. Dr. Burke has referred to me in the February 8th meeting of last year of the administrative committee as representing the public on solar. All right. We're not being heard. We're being purged, no less stifled. Dr. Burke, I talked to you recently. I appreciate you calling me, but I'm not sure where we go from here. I noted it changed when you made your part of the comments about from a year ago, the special issue of September of 19 on the Arctic is melting, it's heating up, and so when I brought up that it had been over 100 degrees in Siberia a couple weeks ago, he said, well, it was 90, in the 90s. I said, well, I'm aware of that. But then I also said at another meeting that 19 of the last 20 years were the hottest years on record. And you seem to, your comments to me in the phone call was that you agreed on the Arctic that we need to deal with this. Well, we're not, and this is not part of IPCC. And this is not just CO2, this is methane, which is 100 times plus stronger, and nitrous oxide. And okay, this is a major tipping point, and it's being ignored. This is one example. Okay, we can't go on like this. We got to deal with the real world. We got Biden saying that he's distinguishing himself from the orange guy. He wants to discuss things and talk about it. This is essentially what Greta's saying, and nothing's happening. Your plan for a new plan for 2 is illegal. That when you discussed with Dr. Fine, which we couldn't get into these meetings the last several weeks, and you didn't have to put up the Zoom code. So we brought that up as an issue, and we want to get reimbursed for that for our time, straight up. We haven't won a case yet. We'll adjust it when we win a case. We're in negotiations right now, not with you, but with the governor and his Office of Planning and Research, and this whole thing with needing another $500 billion for solar that's been in the LA Times recently. We've been negotiating with the state, what is this guy, Steve B, for several years, and we got ripped off by him. We put in a proposal to deal with the duck curve and just got purged. This has got to stop, and we got to reevaluate, and it's got to be done equitably and justly, as we proposed 40 years ago, dealing with.
I'm sorry that your time is up, Mr. Eder. I hope to speak to you directly, but I did try to reach you again last Saturday, and you didn't answer. And I'll try and reach you this weekend, and we can discuss your concerns at that time. Okay, is there any other comments, Mr. Benoit, on 12 through 19, with the exception of the pulling of the 17?
No other hands raised, sir.
Okay, then I'll accept a motion on 12 through 19.
I'll move the items.
Mitchell.
No motion?
I move approval, Dr. Burke. This is Mitchell.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and second, Benoit.
Okay, then would the clerk call the roll, please?
Supervisor Barger,
Yes.
Supervisor Bartlett, Councilmember Buscaino,
Yes.
Councilmember Cacciati,
Yes.
Senator Delgado,
Yes.
Board Member Krakoff,
Yes.
Mayor McCallum,
yes,
Councilmember Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Perez,
Aye.
Councilmember Rodriguez,
Yes.
Supervisor Rutherford,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Benoit,
Yes.
Chairman Burke.
Yes.
Motion passes 12-1 absent.
Okay, then we will move on to items 21 through 28 and holding 23 for Ms. Mitchell. May I get a motion on that? Holding
Move
23.
approval.
Second.
I'll second it.
Okay,
Parker?
been a motion and a second. Would the clerk call the roll?
Mr. Chair, I also wanted to hold 28. Is that in this?
23 and 28?
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. We're holding 23 and 28. Would the clerk call the roll on the rest?
Supervisor Barger,
Yes.
Councilmember Buscaino,
Yes.
Councilmember Cacciati,
Yes.
Senator Delgado,
Yes.
Board Member Krakoff,
Yes.
Mayor McCallum,
yes,
Councilmember Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Perez,
Aye.
Councilmember Rodriguez,
Yes.
Supervisor Rutherford,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Benoit,
Yes.
Chairman Burke.
Yes.
Motion passes 12-1 absent.
Okay, Ms. Mitchell, then. Item-
Thank you, Dr. Burke. On item 23, this is the report of the Legislative Committee. And as you all know, the session has ended. And two of the bills that we took up at that last committee meeting, AB 1714 and SB 662, died in the session. And so they are now dead. We took action on them at that last meeting, but there is no need to take any action on those two bills since they did not make it through the session. So wanted to bring that to the attention of our board. Shall I go ahead with item 28?
Yes, please.
Item 28 is the report of the California Air Resources Board. And I wanted to bring to your attention that report because the CARB board took action on two very significant measures. The first was at-birth regulation. And this is a new regulation that sets emission limits on the vessels that call at our ports in the state of California. Those regulations will be kicking in around 2024 and phased in over time. They primarily are affecting at this time oil tankers and roll-on, roll-off vessels. These are the vessels that bring cars into our port. The existing rule for cruise ships and container ships it remains the same until for 2 more years out. So that does not change. The other significant regulation that we considered and is essentially passed, but we'll come back for some 15-day changes, is the omnibus regulation. And this is a regulation that controls NOx emissions from mobile sources. It will require heavy-duty trucks to reach the standard of 0.05 grams per brake horsepower by 2024. And by 2026, 2027, those heavy-duty trucks are going to be required to meet the 0.02 grams standard. The omnibus regulation also affects useful life terms as well as the warranty terms. Warranty is extended significantly, under the rule for diesel trucks as well as the useful life. So it's explained in more detail in the report. And if you want more information, you can look at the CARB website. You can call me. I will tell you what I know. The omnibus rule will come back for some minor 15-day changes at our next board meeting. And we understand that the federal US EPA is delaying their action on our low NOx petition, but we expect it will be coming in 2021. So it concludes my report.
Would you like to then make a motion on 23 and 28?
I'll move.
If I can, Mr. Chair, can I ask a question of Board Member Mitchell?
Yes.
Thank you, Board Member Mitchell, for that report. My internet's a little spotty, so hopefully I'll come through okay here. These actions, the omnibus rule, the ocean going rule, and the ACT rule, the clean truck rule that your board passed earlier this year, they're quite complicated. They're very significant. Do you think it would be of value, Board Member Mitchell, for our staff, Mr. Pervasian, who I know has been involved, maybe giving a report to our board at the appropriate time on how these rules fit into our work, how they fit into our attainment duties for 2023 and beyond? Do you think that'd be of value for us?
Yes, let me comment on that, because I did ask that question when we were discussing the omnibus rule. The CARB staff will be coming out with what is called the mobile source strategy in October, and that will help inform us as to how the various reductions in these many mobile source rules that we are passing will help us meet the state implementation plan. The omnibus rule actually gets us a reduction in NOx of 7 tons per day by 2031. It's interesting because we need reductions of 108 tons a day. So 7 tons helps, but it doesn't get us there. So we would, if we add in the ACT, the innovative clean transit rules, the existing truck and bus rule, that's the bit of the question here, is how do all of those fit together so that we will have significant reductions in NOx, which will help us meet our deadlines of 2023, where we have to reduce by 45%, I believe, in NOx emissions. In 2031, where we need reductions of about 55%. So we have significant challenges, and all of these regulations help us get there because we know significant NOx emissions come from mobile sources. But it also puts on us, as the regulator of stationary sources, obligations to make sure we're doing our part to reduce NOx emissions from the stationary sources that we control. But the two, we're partners actually. The air districts are partners with CARB in getting to a point where we fulfill the requirements of the state implementation plan. And as I mentioned, the mobile source strategy document will be coming out in October, which will help us get through the analysis to understand how we meet our requirements.
And if I may, Mayor Mitchell and Board Member Krakoff, as you both know, we've already started on developing our next air quality management plan. And within the AQMP, we actually address these very issues. So Board Member Krakoff, we will be coming back to the board, providing an update with regards to the progress on the AQMP, where we identify measures, where we identify commitments, and how we're going to get where we need to be. But the point that Mayor Mitchell made with regards to emphasizing the partnership with the California Air Resources Board, that's obviously something that we need to work on. The commitments that we'd like to see are there, but we need to see the real results. And that's been an area of discussion that we've been engaged with CARB for quite some time, and we continue to do so. So we'll be more than happy to report back to the board on the progress of all those items.
Any further questions, Mr. Krakow?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Board Member Mitchell. Good work up there. It's pretty impressive that board has been able to get across the finish line in the last 3-4 months.
Mr. Chair, I'll move approval of the items 23 and 28.
Second.
We have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, then would the clerk call the roll?
Dr. Burke, we do have 3 commenters, actually 4 now, that have raised their hands for these
Okay,
items.
then let's hear from the commenters.
The first one is Harvey Etter.
So Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Edders, I believe spoke for 3 minutes. He's allotted under the general board rules 3 minutes for the consent calendar and the board calendar.
Correct. I believe the same would be for Ranji George, who's also has his hand raised now.
I believe that's correct, sir. They can comment during public comment though, for something
Right.
that's not on the agenda.
Okay, so we'll have you guys come back for general public comment. Or I do have a Carlo De La Cruz.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, go right ahead.
Hi, good morning, board members of the board. My name is Carlo De La Cruz and I'm with the Sierra Club. I just wanted to briefly comment on the report back from CARB and highlight that these are 2 critical regulations that we need to see more of in this sector, frankly. And I just wanted to highlight that 80% of the health benefits will be attributed to Southern California. And that's primarily because we know that Southern California has the largest sports complex in the nation. Councilmember Buscaino knows this all too well, as does Judith Mitchell, Councilmember Mitchell, and the other board members who live in the areas that are affected by freight. This is a good thing. And I just wanted to highlight that really CARB is stepping up. And I really can't wait for this agency to share in its own partnership for these rules and regulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Who else do we have, Mr. Benoit?
That's all I have in the queue at the moment.
All we have in the queue. Okay, then we have a motion and a second. So will the clerk call the roll?
Supervisor Barger,
Yes.
Councilmember Buscaino,
Yes.
Councilmember Cacciati,
Yes.
Senator Delgado,
Yes.
Board Member Krakoff,
Yes.
Mayor McCallan,
Yes.
Councilmember Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez,
Yes.
Supervisor Rutherford, Supervisor Rutherford,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Benoit,
Yes.
Chairman Burke.
Yes.
Motion passes 12, 1 absent.
Moving to item 29. The new source.
Good morning, Dr. Burke, members of the board. My name is David Ono. I'm a senior engineering manager. Senior engineering manager with the district, and I'll be giving a brief status report on the district's new source review program, or NSR program, referred to as Regulation 13. Next slide, please. The purpose of this status report is to demonstrate that the South Coast AQMD's NSR program meets the state and federal NSR offset requirements as required by CARB and for EPA for major sources, specifically addressing sources that are exempt from offsets under our Regulation 13. This report is for the final determination of equivalency. A preliminary determination is reported to the governing board by February of each year, as was the case earlier this year, and a subsequent final determination is reported to the board on September of each year, including this one. Next slide, please. Under South Coast AQMD's NSR program, the district has produced these status reports on an annual basis since 1990. In the 2002 to 2004 timeframe, EPA requested that the federal offset equivalency demonstration process be memorialized through rulemaking, and Rule 1315, a federal NSR tracking system, was adopted in 2006 and 2007 timeframe and was subsequently revised in February of 2011. EPA approved the rule into our SIP and it became effective on June 25th, 2012. Next slide, please. Rule 1315 established the procedures for demonstrating equivalency, including requirements for tracking of emission offset debits and credits for each non-attainment pollutant. Rule 1315 requires a preliminary as well as final determination of equivalency and also requires a review of projected balances to ensure that the South Coast AQMD's federal offset account balances remain positive. Next slide, please. So the next few slides are a series of tables that shows our accounting. This slide indicates that our NSR program continues to be at least equivalent to the federal NSR program for the reporting year, calendar year 2018, as shown by the net positive balance for each pollutant. This final determination confirms the preliminary determination that was provided in February of this year. Next slide, please. This slide indicates that the cumulative net emission increases are below the threshold levels also established in 1315. Next slide, please. Rule 1315 requires that projections for the 2 years following the reporting year be used to demonstrate ongoing equivalency. This slide and the following slide shows that for these 2 years, the projections continue to show positive offset account balances, and therefore the NSR program is projected to remain equivalent to the federal program. Next slide, please. And this slide is the projection for calendar year 2020, also showing the positive balance. Next slide, please. So this final graph illustrates how the offset account balances have trended over the history of the program, and the trend continues to show ongoing equivalency, showing that it's above the zero, so it's a net positive. Next slide, please. And then finally, this slide shows that the ending balance for state NSR purposes also continues to remain positive. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, the final analysis of the South Coast AQMD NSR program shows ongoing equivalency with the state and federal NSR offset requirements for the reporting year, and pursuant to our Rule 1315, equivalency is projected for the following 2 years. The next report will be the preliminary determination of equivalency for calendar year 2019, and we'll present it to the governing board in February of next year. And this concludes my presentation, and we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Ono? Hearing none, thank you very much for that presentation. It was excellent. Item 30.
Good morning. I do see 2 hands up. I don't know if those were for item 29. Do we want to address that first?
Ben, you see?
Sure. Stephen Goldsmith has his hand raised. He did say he wanted to speak to public comment earlier. Stephen, did you want to speak to that last report?
I wanted to public comment, but I will have to get off at a certain point. So if I could be first in public comment, I'd greatly appreciate it.
You will definitely be first in public comment. Hopefully we'll get it for you. And I also have Harvey Edder's hands raised again, but I believe that still falls under the same items as before.
Yes.
No, Mr. Vice Chair, it's under staff presentation board discussions. So it's at your discretion in terms of whether you want to give him 1 minute or 3 minutes.
Give him 3 minutes. Recognize Mr. Eder for 3 minutes.
I just heard, I could not hear what Bay was saying, what council was saying. And after what he just said, I'm really pissed. All right. What did you just say, Bay? My time should not be counting until I hear getting jacked around on this. What did you just say?
Said you have 3 minutes, but you're using them up.
I said you had time to speak.
Yeah,
sir.
yeah. All right, mofo. F you. Y'all, this is real garbage. You know, I didn't get to speak on 1 through 11, and there's garbage about 3 minutes. Listen,
his mic.
Yeah, we can't have cursing going on over there, Mr. Eder.
Okay, is that conclude our public comment on this item?
It does.
I'm really sorry that happened. Then we will move on to item 30, Ms. Wynot.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chairman Burke, members of the board. This is Jill Wynot, Chief Operating Officer. Can you go to the next slide, please? Be giving the monthly update, and we're going to follow a similar format to what we have done in the past. So if we could move to slide 3, please. We'll spend a couple minutes just talking about the state economic indicators on this slide and the next one, and then the South Coast information we'll have some more detail on. For the monthly comparison, comparing July of 2020 to July of 2019, you can see that the refinery activity continues to be lower than it was last year. It's down about 12.5%. This is an improvement over last month. The June to June comparison was down 28%. We're seeing a different trend for the ports. They're actually higher this month in terms of the total throughput. And Long Beach, this is the highest throughput month of July that they have ever, or highest month ever they've recorded. And Long Beach, this is the second highest July. So we are seeing some improvement there. They're actually up 6.7% when last month, the month-to-month comparison.
On your slide.
Pardon?
Exactly the opposite on your slide. Long Beach you have as the highest.
Long Beach had their highest month ever.
Okay.
And the Port of LA was the second highest July ever. Okay. And we're seeing some improvement in the unemployment rate. Last month, it was closer to 15% at the end of June. And so we're down about 13.3%. So could we go to slide 4, please? This slide is the year to date. So January through July for 2020. Very similar for both the gross domestic product and the refinery activity. But we wanted to highlight that both ports were coming off successive years of record-breaking growth. So even though they're down 10% for year to date, they seem to be trending in the correct direction. All right, so we could go to slide 5 next. The gray bullets and line that you see towards the left are the beginning of this fiscal year for July and August. You can see the revenue for July was down a little bit. August, we're actually up slightly. So the revenue we're keeping a very close eye on. Next slide, please. Similarly to expenditures, this graph has a little bit more variation and isn't as smooth as the revenue. It has mostly to do with the timing of the pay periods. So that's why the July gray dot was a little bit higher. You can see August is right in line. And this is something, again, we are watching very closely. So if we can turn to slide 7, please. Next, we'll provide information about our staffing. Our vacancy rate has continued to climb. We are now just a little over 16% vacancy rate. And we are really starting to get to a critical point where mission essential functions are getting more difficult. So we're probably going to hold the line about this vacancy rate percentage and start to fill some positions very carefully and deliberatively. Slide 8, please. We had a question at the last board meeting that what was the sort of the age and longevity of our workforce? So we're providing this information. The pie chart on the left is the years of service for our employees, and on the right is their chronological age. You can see that the dark blue wedge, we have a little over 10% or about 90 of our employees actually have more than 30 years of experience. And that's pretty similar to the age distribution. They don't overlap one-to-one, but it's pretty much, for the most part, the same employee set. These employees represent our brain trust and our historical knowledge base. We've been doing succession planning for over 3.5 years and are making sure that we document processes, that the folks that are going to be retiring soon will be leaving that knowledge and mentoring and training others. However, with some of the recent SB Sarah changes, we've seen a more rapid leaving or retirement of these employees. So it's making us refocus our efforts on making sure that this knowledge gets passed along. You can also see that we have 43% of our employees with less than 5 years of service. So we have really sort of moved the needle to a younger workforce. And the age distribution bears that out as well. You can see that the dark blue wedge is about 16% of our employees are actually in their 20s and 27% in their 30s. So going forward, if we get this knowledge passed through, we should have a good workforce to carry us through into next decades. Okay, let's change to slide 9 now. This slide shows the emission trends. This is the continuous emissions monitoring data from larger NOx emission points at reclaim facilities. And the orange is the more recent year. You can see that we are lower in July as well as June. And so it's kind of continuing that trend, but we'll see by the end of the year how this evens out. This actually represents, if it's indicative of the total annual emissions, a potential loss of $3 to $4 million a year in those revenues. Okay, next slide, number 10. Another key indicator also with similar potential economic consequences are the number of permit applications we receive every month. You can see that we are down again in August. In July, the preliminary number was right around 450 and the final tally was about 500. So we're hoping that the August numbers will also creep up a little bit more. But again, this is something we have to keep a good eye on. Okay, let's switch to slide 11. The permit revenue, again, the gray line and bar, you can see that permit revenue is down compared to previous fiscal years. Slide 12. And the annual operating fee, which is actually a $60 million per year revenue source. So far, July and August of this fiscal year, we're tracking quite closely. So that's looking pretty good. Slide 13. Another indicator that's actually looking pretty good, we're seeing the requests from companies that need to do a payment plan coming to our fee review committee. That's actually dropping back down a lot closer to our normal levels. So that looks more typical. So that's encouraging news. However, let's look at slide 14. This is not great news. The potential number of expired permits remain high. Now, last month, the July numbers were actually up to, I think it was 468. And so 70 permits have been reinstated within the last 30 days. And there's still 148 from one company that has indicated that it will be paying to reinstate those permits. So that number is probably closer to around 250. And then for the August numbers, a little bit different than what we've seen before. There's actually 8 facilities that have quite a large number of these permits. They each have between 9 and 30 something permits each. So in total, about 140 of these are 8 larger facilities. And so it includes a military base, a large aerospace manufacturer, a large film company, and then some miscellaneous companies. So we'll be reaching out to them to make sure that they're aware that they can get a payment plan if they should need one. Slide 15. The last indicator that we go over are the CEQA documents that are sent to our staff for review. July was pretty close, June was pretty close to the previous year, but August is down almost 50%, and year to date we're down about 2/3. So there may just be a lag because of COVID slowing down the work on these type of documents, but that's something that we're also going to keep a close eye on. So the next 2 charts are again the same summary charts just for your ease of convenience. We're going to continue to monitor. I guess the overall assessment is we're still doing okay, but we expect that there'll be a lag in the revenue coming in. So we will continue to update both the board and the administrative committee every month, and I will be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Jill, you know, I continue to marvel at this report. I can't figure out why we haven't been doing this all the time. This, you know, I don't know if my colleagues agree, but this provides everyone with a really firm grasp of our financial situation and our ability to deal with it. I really appreciate the work you put into this, and the information is just beyond valuable. beyond valuable. And I quite frankly think that we're going to be fine. I think that what you have put together shows that we may have a little rocky road for the next 2 or 3 months. But I think on the long term, we're going to be back to where we were sooner than I expected, that's for sure. So do any of my colleagues have any comments or questions for Ms. Wynot?
And may I just share the kudos with all the staff that worked so hard to pull all these numbers together. I'm just the lucky messenger today.
Yeah, right. Okay. And
Dr. Burke, Carlos,
yes, Mr.
Councilman
Rodriguez.
Rodriguez has his hand up.
Thank you. Want to echo the sentiments on the great report and the valuable information. If I might ask to go back to slide 14, please.
One moment.
Paul?
It's the permit expiration slide. Just wanted to get some clarification and ask for a general comment for a moment.
Well, while Paul is putting that up, I neglected to add a point. When we were looking at the nature of the businesses, we're seeing about 10% of, it's the next slide, Paul, 14. There you go. About 10% of the potentially expired permits belong to the small businesses. So we're seeing gas stations, dry cleaners, metal platers, those kind of businesses are about 10%. And then the rest are just kind of miscellaneous different businesses. And we are also seeing that it's typical that about a good percentage, I don't have that number in front of me, but a good number of them are paying within 30 to 60 or 90 days. There's very few of them that are going all the way to the end of the year. Some of this is equipment changes that they no longer need the permit, or changes in their business plan. But here's the slide. So you wanted some additional questions?
Yeah, just looking at May and June, and as we get the data for July, August, I just want us to consider if we need to look at a extended grace period for those that are within 90, 60, and 30 days of an expiration on the 12-month payment process in light of the pandemic and the crushing impact COVID-19 has had on the businesses. So just, again, wanted to throw that out there. I see this distinction on June, 200 permit difference. And again, if that trend continues, I want to urge us to consider some type of policy adjustment that could assist businesses that would otherwise, if they're in that 90, 60, 30 day period of having their permit expire altogether, have some type of modest extension opportunity. So I believe that was a potential topic at a subcommittee level. And again, just wanted to encourage that in the spirit of wanting to do what we can to work with the business community during these historic times, and appreciate any thoughts on that from my colleagues, and appreciate the consideration. Thank you for the report again.
Thank you. Any other comments for Ms. Wynot?
Dr. Burke, I do have a question along those lines.
Sure.
Do we impose penalties for a late renewal of a permit?
Yes, it's 50% or the smaller of a particular number. So for smaller facilities, it's no more than $200. And for the medium and the larger facilities, it's a much smaller percentage of that. I showed that at a previous meeting. Let me see if I can pull that up real quickly. I don't have it electronically, but let me see if I can pull that up.
Perhaps
I know
while
for
Gail's
some of
pulling
the
that-
larger ones, it's, pardon?
I would say while you were pulling that number up, I just wanted to point out that staff has been reaching out to businesses and asking them about the condition. And I was going to say, and as Jill noted, there are a few companies that have a large number of permits. So we are reaching out to those companies. We're trying to talk to them, find out what the situation is. Appreciate the councilman's concern. I would perhaps suggest that let's see what it's like in 30 days and we can continue to provide information with regards to businesses that we've contacted and what their plans are. We see the number of requests going down. We see the willingness to move forward in payment. So I would just throw that out for consideration. And Jill, I don't know if you had more to add.
I did. Thank you. That gave me enough time to pull the previous slide. So for small equipment like a spray booth or an emergency generator, their annual renewal fees range between $200 and $400 a year, and the late fee is half of that, so $100 to $200. So it's a very modest amount. For larger equipment like boilers, turbines, where they're going to be paying $1,500 a year to reinstate that permit, the late fee, the maximum is $260. So it's a much smaller percentage. And for the real large equipment that, like refinery equipment, their annual renewal fee is $3,600. Their maximum late fee is also $260. So it's very small. It's like 8% of the total for that category. And these are fees that have been established in Regulation 3. So if there was a change, we would have to make a rule change.
Okay, I would just ask staff to keep monitoring that. And I guess the primary concern here would be the small businesses, because their late fee is, when you look at it in percentage terms, is fairly high, whereas, the larger firms, their late fee is relatively low in a percentage analysis. So maybe we can keep looking at that to see where there might be problems.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Dr. Burke, I just wanted to, this is Mayor McCallum, I just wanted to compliment staff for all the hard work in putting this information together. It's very valuable. And I agree with you. It's something that maybe we ought to continue doing even past the pandemic. I know it's a lot of work, but it certainly gives us a snapshot of the agency and what we're doing. And I also agree with Rodriguez and Judy on the small business need to look at that and keep our eye on that. Thanks.
I would like to say that I agree with Mayor McCallum 2,000%. I think we ought to keep this going because it provides just invaluable information, and when you're running a business, you always get caught by that thing that you didn't pay attention to. And the economics here at the district have for the last decade or so been okay, but we want to make sure that they in fact stay that way. So that, I think that concludes. Do we have any public comment on that, Ben?
Mr. Chair, if I can just chime in, I had my hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's fine. Thank you, sir, and thank you, Jill, for the report. I've always said when this pandemic hit our region that the Port of LA or the Port of Long Beach, our port complex will be the bellwether on whether or not the economy is coming back. I appreciate the report. It clearly implies both ports are doing better and maybe we are on our way to recovering. There was an uptick last month, but all indications are that it's still a one-time bump where warehouse restocking supplies. If we were to look at the numbers between April and June, there's a significant drop. But both ports are still down. Let's be reminded of 20%, and will end this year in lower numbers. So a one month bump, I should say, isn't a solid indicator. So I just want to just recognize that what we're hearing from our port directors here at both port complexes. So in the interim, we do recognize that we heavily rely on the jobs here at our ports, 1 in 9 jobs, as we say. the San Pedro Bay Port Complex. So appreciate the report, and also echo my colleagues' recommendation is to have potentially quarterly budget and economic outlook updates would be really helpful to the board. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. In keeping with your comments, I've been wondering about I knew that the bump was in the ports was probably due to warehouse refilling, but what I'm waiting to see is what the sell-through is going to be. Because if the sell-through is strong, then it's going to be more months of strong port activity. And I just hope that is what happens. Any other comments on Ms. Wynot's report? If not,
I do have two hand raises on the public side from Harvey Eder and Ranji George again.
okay. Mr. Legal Counsel, are they eligible to speak on this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then let's get them on.
And Harvey, if you could please mind your language on this public comment, please.
It's not letting me do it. Fucking it. Let me see that.
I believe he cursed again, Dr. Berg.
I think that's right, sir.
Okay, Ranji George.
I didn't even hear it. All I heard was a screaming. So are you sure he was cussing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. George.
Good morning, board members. I totally agree with all your comments, and I want to thank staff for putting together a great report. I also agree with your comment to get monthly feedback. It's an extremely useful tool. I just want to, I had the fortunate, I've been fortunate to have both a physics background and economics background. I just want to caution you a little bit of some of the statistics. It's so encouraging to see these improvements, but it could be, just could be, due to the stimulus packages Congress has sent in, which is artificially keeping the stock market up. And it may be, and it is predicted imports will go up as a result of these kind of stimulus, fiscal stimulus, and that's economics 101. So, and then to continue going forward, either we need a vaccine to help bring the economy back or extra stimulus packages. But I just wanted to thank you for that report and the staff. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I think that concludes our public testimony on this item.
I do have two other folks that raised their hands during Ranji's comments. Do you like me to call on them?
Sure.
Oh, okay. One of them just disappeared. I have a phone number ending in 990, but is that potentially Harvey Eder again?
That is Harvey Eder.
Okay. Harvey, you've already spoken to this item, and we'll have to pick you up on the closed session. Or, sorry, excuse me, on the public comment. That's all I have in the queue.
Okay, then we'll move on to item 31.
Good morning, board members. My name is Susan Nakamura. I'm an Assistant Deputy Executive Officer in Planning and Rules. Just to check, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yep. Okay, so I'm on slide 2. So I'll be presenting to you the proposed amendments for Rule 1111, which applies to our residential and gas furnaces. Rule 1111 was adopted in 1978 and originally established a NOx concentration limit of 40 nanograms per joule. In 2009, Rule 1111 was amended and lowered the NOx limit from 40 to 14 nanograms per joule. In 2014, the rule was amended to allow a mitigation fee to extend the time period and allow manufacturers to pay into a mitigation fee in lieu of meeting the emission limit. The emission reductions associated with Rule 1111 by 2023 are estimated to be 2.4 to 3.1 tons per day. At full implementation in 2043, the emission reductions are estimated to be 6.8 tons per day. These emission reductions have been entered into our SIP and were approved in 2016. We did amend the rule in December 2019 to allow a provision that would to acknowledge the high altitude areas, as we had no furnaces that were had completed the high altitude testing. And then also just wanted to highlight that manufacturers have been meeting the 14 nanogram per joule for the largest category of equipment, which is the condensing and non-condensing, which represents 80% of the furnaces. All 7 manufacturers have 14 nanogram per joule furnaces. Across the 7 manufacturers, this represents 450 models. So I'm on slide 3. What we're asking today is to extend the compliance date for 2 categories of furnaces. The first category is for high altitude furnaces and the second is for weatherized furnaces. Staff is proposing that we extend the compliance date 1 year. These manufacturers have had some difficulties due to COVID in regards to completing the high altitude testing, having travel restrictions, and then slower development and production for the compliant furnaces for the weatherized furnaces. I did have an addition to this slide, which I had omitted. And so the bullet referring to, we are allowing the 40 nanogram per joule furnaces that are in the configuration with a dual fuel system with a heat pump only for high altitude installations that would be allowed until September 30th, 2022. The emissions foregone, it's essentially a 1-year delay. And the emissions foregone is 0.026 tons per day. And I am on slide 4. So there's 2 key remaining issues that I'd like to highlight associated with that have come up through the rulemaking process. The first is in regards to a 60-day sell-through period for the weatherized furnaces. Staff originally had a proposal that was a 6-month extension of the mitigation fee, but extended that mitigation fee time period for 12 months. Based on our discussions with the manufacturers, 5 of the 7 manufacturers will have furnaces for residential and commercial weatherized furnaces by April 1st, 2021. We believe that the additional 6 months that we're allowing for the 12-month extension allows the manufacturers to manage their inventories, and the 60-day additional sell-through period is not needed. In regards to the second issue, is the request that 40 nanogram per joule non-compliant furnaces be allowed to be sold in the configuration with a dual fuel system. And the request is that this be allowed throughout the air basin, not just for high altitude areas, and to provide additional consumer choice. So I'm on slide 5. So I'd like to just touch a little bit in terms of the background of dual fuel and all electric heat pumps. So dual fuel systems are, it's a heat pump. A heat pump provides cooling and heating for a home. It's paired with a furnace, a gas furnace, and the gas furnace does provide supplemental heat when the temperatures get very cold, generally below 32 degrees Fahrenheit. Manufacturers have been providing dual fuel systems even well before we established any limits for the 14. But when the 14 nanogram per joule limit was established, manufacturers are providing this configuration of a dual fuel system with a 14 nanogram per joule furnace for now almost a year. When you look at the all electric heat pump, it's essentially the same type of configuration. However, you do not have the backup furnace. An electric heat pump can provide all the heating and cooling for a home with 0 emissions, with no combustion source. And for most areas in Southern California, the temperatures do not drop below 32 degrees. And so this auxiliary furnace wouldn't be needed. Next slide. I am on slide 6. So staff is concerned about allowing a non-compliant 40 nanogram per joule furnace with a dual fuel system. The first issue that I'd like to touch upon is in regards to a rule relaxation and the concern for backsliding. Manufacturers have been offering the 14 nanogram per joule furnace in the configuration as a standalone and a dual fuel system for nearly a year. And allowing the dual fuel system for a 40 nanogram per joule furnace would be backsliding. Typically, when we talk about a rule relaxation, it's that manufacturers cannot meet the limit. This is not a situation where we have manufacturers that cannot meet and the technology isn't here. This is a situation where some manufacturers have made business decisions to not provide certain types of models, and so are asking for that additional consumer choice. The second is the concern for the increase in emissions. The comparison should be for dual fuel system to a dual fuel system. And so if you have a 40 nanogram per joule dual fuel compared to a 14, that's a 65% increase in emissions. These reductions that we're getting for implementation of 1111 are needed. 2.3, you know, the full reductions of 6 tons per day is no small task. We've adopted, I think, now up to about 7 landing rules, and we're not even up to that amount in terms of those landing rules for NOx. So it's really substantial reductions that could be lost. The enforcement challenge. So dual fuel systems with the furnace is sold separately. And so it's very difficult as our inspectors go to a warehouse to decipher if that particular furnace is intended for a dual fuel system or for a standalone. We can't distinguish the difference between that. So it really does create an additional enforcement challenge for us. And if we were to allow this type of approach throughout the basin, it really flips the entire approach for 1111 as we're regulating at the manufacturer, distributor, and installer level and regulating the NOx concentration for the unit. We don't look at how that particular furnace is used and the assurance of how we can ensure that the consumer does not tamper or disconnect the heat pump. So I'm on slide 7. So we have briefed the Stationary Source Committee twice. We have the Stationary Source Committee suggested that we look at incentives. And so we took back and tried to incorporate the different comments that we received. And we did have, and we do have a clean air furnace rebate program. And the program that we initially started in 2019 was to help to commercialize the 14 nanogram per joule furnaces. And it's funded through the mitigation fee. And we currently have $4.6 million that is available to help incentivize low NOx furnaces and for other types of projects. So staff was originally recommending that we provide an incentive for 14 nanogram per joule dual fuel systems, but had concerns that this is an existing requirement, and so decided to remove that. But we do have 3 incentive packages that I'd like to present. The total amount is 3.5 million of the available funding. We are recommending that there be a minimum of a 25% set aside for disadvantaged and low income communities. And then we would use the company Electric and Gas Industries Association, EGIA, to help manage the rebate program. They were selected through a competitive bidding process. So I'm on slide 8. So the first 2 rebates are for the 2 time extensions that we're allowing in proposed amended rule 1111, and would help to incentivize for those manufacturers that have that can commercialize the 14 nanogram per joule furnaces, that they would be eligible for the consumer to get a $500 rebate for high altitude installations and for the weatherized furnaces. And then we had and we upped the amount for the all electric heat pump. Originally, the rebate was $1,000. We've increased that to $1,500. That combined with Edison rebates and other utility rebates, we think would help to offset the additional electrical costs associated with upgrades to electrical panels and the cost of a heat pump. So staff's recommendation is to adopt the resolution to amend Rule 11, recognize in Fund 27 the $3.5 million for the clean air furnace rebate. We are committed to come back to the Stationary Source Committee in May to provide a status update of the high altitude furnace and the rebate program and any changes that would be needed at that time. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Are there any questions by my colleagues?
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if I can just
Well,
ask
there
a few clarifying staff on this.
Who is speaking?
Board Member Krakow.
Okay.
I've just got 3 or 4 clarifying questions. Hopefully staff can answer them quickly. If you can bear with me, Mr. Chair. We saw this item twice at the Stationary Source Committee chaired by Vice Chair Benoit. Just a couple clarifying questions for staff. I guess Susan. The original rules for this cleaner 14 nanogram system, when were those approved?
In 2009.
And back then, this cleaner 14 nanogram system, including for dual fuel, it was deemed cost effective under the rules that we use when taking actions, right?
That's correct. So staff had estimated the cost effectiveness to be between $8,600 and $19,000 per ton.
And that's well within the regular way we look at it?
That's correct. We typically, we generally use kind of a rule of thumb of $50,000 as sort of a general guidepost for us in terms of cost effectiveness. So this is well below that.
Just a couple more questions, Mr. Chair. These furnaces, is this a lot of NOx? Is this an important stationary source category for us?
Yes, this is a lot of NOx. Staff is like thrilled when we bring a rule that's 1 ton per day. This rule by 2023 is 2.5 to 3.1 tons per day at full implementation, 6 tons per day. This is a big one.
Now, you talked a little bit about this, the technology aspects of the rule. We asked manufacturers and gave them time to step up for the 14 nanogram, including for the dual furnaces, which I think is the remaining issue. Has that worked? Have manufacturers stepped up?
Manufacturers have stepped up, and for the condensing and non-condensing furnaces, we currently have over almost 450 models that they've submitted to us in terms of for the certification. So in terms of the manufacturers, stepping up and providing the 14 nanograms per joule, yes. So, and it varies manufacturer to manufacturer in terms of how many models.
And just finishing up, Mr. Chair, thank you. The rule that we're talking about with the cleaner 14 nanograms, Susan, including for the dual fuel, is that already been approved by EPA and it's already in our SIP, right?
That's correct. So we submitted the 2014 amendments. We've submitted all of the amendments, but the 2014 amendments were submitted and have been approved into the SIP in 2016.
And then the last question, Supervisor Rutherford, knows the high altitude areas better than us. I think we heard the word flatlanders. She had expressed some concerns about the high altitude components of the rule. Do we feel that we've addressed her concerns?
I hope we have. We've extended the compliance date for the high altitudes to allow them to install the 40 nanogram per joule furnaces. And then we added another provision that would allow dual fuel 40 nanogram per joule furnaces in that configuration till 2022. And then for the high altitude 14 nanogram per joule furnaces, we're providing the $500 rebate.
All right. Thanks for letting me go on there, Mr. Chair. I'm done.
Thank you. Is there any further speakers?
Mr. Chair, just a question.
Senator Rodriguez, Senator Delgado.
Oh, it's just a brief comment. We have talked about this issue extensively in Stationary Source, and I just wanted to thank Susan and the rest of the staff. I think they went out of their way to try to accommodate a lot of our questions and concerns and come up with a healthy compromise for a lot of these issues. So I just wanted to thank them. They spent a lot of effort and time on it. So
thank you. There was someone else who would, is that?
Caccioti.
Councilmember Caccioti.
You? Michael?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Burke. I support the program. I just had a question. I see there's like about 2,800 units we're looking at to support with a rebate. How do we come to a determination of the $500, and what is the cost of a retail unit for the first two, and then the third one we're giving a $1,500 rebate?
So the cost differential between the 14 and the 40 is about $600. So the 500 kind of helps to close that gap. And then the cost varies for the heat pump and the electrical, but we estimate that to be about 5,600. And if you compare that to like the traditional air conditioner where the furnace is about 4,000, the 5,600 is kind of a starting point depending on how someone needs to upgrade their electrical panel. So that it's 5,600 and can go even higher than that. And this doesn't include the installation costs.
And the first two at the top furnaces, you said they were about $1,100 a retail cost?
Our estimate based on some information from the manufacturers, some from the website, but the cost for the 14 nanogram is about $1,600. Cost for the 40 nanogram is about $1,000. That was average cost based on information from the manufacturers' websites and trying to get information from them.
So it's about between a 30 and 50% incentive.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't do that. I'm not sure the 30 to 50 what percent you're looking at, but the differential is $600 between the 14 and the 40 nanogram per joule furnace.
I'm just trying to think of when a person wants to go buy a furnace and we say, hey, we're giving you 50% off or 30% off, it means a lot.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, it's almost a 30%. Yep.
Thank you.
And Councilmember Caccione, if I may comment on that real quickly, we heard from some of, and I'm sure we'll hear from folks today that included most of the costs for the actual equipment, did not include the labor costs and installation costs. So
Okay,
that can add quite a bit.
Thanks, Ben.
Burke, I do have about 10.
Yeah, we got Supervisor Rutherford first.
Oh, excuse me.
I just wanted to thank Board Member Krakoff for inquiring about where I am on this. I'm very pleased with the hard work that our staff has done. I know it's been tough, but I've had some constituents from the mountains who absolutely came forward with some great ideas and feedback, and I think helped our staff understand the unique situations we face at elevation. I really appreciate the effort that was put into understanding those concerns and adapting our rules so that my constituents up there can be safe during the winter months. And I appreciate the fact that we've got a commitment to go back and look at it in 2022 if we haven't quite solved the problems. So I appreciate the attention to that. I think we've all learned a lot through this, and I'm very pleased with where we've gotten, and thanks to both my constituents and our staff who got us there.
Well, you have beaten me on the bottoms of my feet so hard that I just visualized this woman with a little baby huddled next to the furnace, trying to keep warm when this comes up. So I'm glad to hear that we moved at least to where she's going to survive the winter.
I think we're there. Thank you.
Yeah, I do have a question for him. Where do you get the money, Susan, for the incentive?
So for Rule 1111, there's been a mitigation fee that's been in effect since 2014. And so it's the collection of that mitigation fee that manufacturers have paid into in lieu of meeting the limit.
Is that mitigation fee held in the general fund?
It's held in Fund 27. And so that's where we're pulling it.
I think that's a Sunjata question. Yeah, they popped her up on my screen just as I said that. So I'm going to go to her, but so if the cost difference is $600 and you give them $500, why wouldn't you give them the $600?
We can.
I'm not saying two. I'm just trying to understand the logic that it's cost you $600 more because I'm passing a rule. I'll give you 500, so I'll stiff you for 100. I don't understand that.
Well, the 500 isn't meant to be a stiff. It's certainly meant to help incentivize that. And
so the hundreds are stiff. The hundreds is stiff, Wayne.
Well, the hundreds, I think, an opportunity for somebody to say, this is a technology I want to invest in, right?
You don't give them the choice. They don't want to invest in it. It's a fee.
Oh,
They do have a choice. They don't have to go to the dual fuel. They can use the single source.
Oh, so you're now mandating which source of heat? Okay. So,
Yeah,
John, how much money do they have in this mitigation fund?
Dr. Burke, in Rule 1111, there is approximately $85 million.
$85 million? That's not all from the furnace people that paid in. How much of the furnace people paid in?
I thought it was 4.6.
Yeah.
4.6 million, right? And we're recommending using 3.5 million of it.
that's correct.
Is that correct, Jada? I've got a lot of auditors out there, and yeah.
Dr. Burke, I would have to see what Susan labels as furnace related, but in that fund, there is that much.
Okay, wow. Okay, those are the only questions I have. Yes.
I just want to note that Councilman Rodriguez also has his hand raised.
Oh, okay. Councilman Rodriguez, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chairman Burke. Just curious from staff, are there any public comments? I think.
Yes, we have public comment. We have like 5 public comments.
I think I'll hold my comment or questions until after that. Thank you.
Okay, sure. Okay.
I have 12 public commenters now on this item.
12?
Yep.
Okay, let's go.
All right, Angus Lemon.
Can you hear me?
Yep, go right ahead.
Okay. So my name is Angus Lemon. I'm an engineering director at Train Technologies. First, I'd like to personally thank Susan and her staff for the continued hard work and expertise in these continued discussions. Thank you. I have 2 points I'd like to make on dual fuel systems. The first on anti-override measures. One of staff's concerns is the customer overriding the switchover point and running only on the furnace, thus defeating the NOx reduction benefits of dual fuel systems. Crane is already working on anti-override measures. On weatherized dual fuel units, they will be constructed with fixed, non-adjustable switchover temperatures. It is hardwired into the unit. There's no changing it. On communicating dual fuel systems, we are setting up unique model numbers for dual fuel only furnaces. The thermostat identifies the dual fuel only furnace and looks for a heat pump. If there's no heat pump, the furnace will not run. If there is a heat pump, the switchover temperature is fixed. This dual fuel only furnace cannot operate as a standalone furnace. The second is on the NOx reduction potential. Dual fuel technology with a 40 nanogram per joule furnace is capable of achieving greater than a 90% reduction in NOx, greater than the Rule 1111 requirement of 65%. Train has conducted detailed analytical studies on this. UC Davis has conducted their own independent study, and Train has evaluated data from dual fuel systems currently operating in the district. All of those results agree, and they all show an excess of a 90% reduction in NOx. Why wouldn't we do this? I would like to note that Train's ultra-low NOx furnace programs are funded, are continuing, and will continue independent of a decision to allow dual fuel systems. Both ultra-low NOx furnaces and dual fuel systems are needed to serve our customers and our environment. Given the customer and emission benefit of these systems, we would request that 40 nanogram per joule dual fuel systems be considered for use throughout the district and without a time limitation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. The next person, Ben?
Sure, Regina Sue, HSU, Sue.
Good morning, Chair Burke and members of the board. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify. My name is Regina Sue, and I'm an attorney with Earth Justice. The South Coast remains one of the most polluted regions in the nation, and even during this pandemic, has exceeded federal ozone standards almost every day for the past 2 months. The extremely high levels of pollution that we've experienced this summer has once again highlighted the important need to reduce emissions from all of the top NOx sources in the region. We're concerned with the rollback of Rule 1111 and request that the board does not further weaken the rule. We urge the Air District to further its efforts in addressing NOx pollution from residential and commercial buildings, which are projected to be one of the top 10 sources of NOx pollution in the South Coast. Gas appliances worsen California's outdoor air pollution burden and produce harmful indoor air pollution that often exceeds state and federal air quality standards. The result is that residents in the region, including young children and people with asthma, limit their outdoor activity due to the persistent outdoor air pollution, owing to be subjected to harmful concentrations of air pollutants in their own homes. We request that the Air District continue to address gas end uses in the building sector by first providing funds for families, excuse me, to switch from dirty gas appliances to clean zero emission options in their homes, prioritizing AB 617 and other disadvantaged communities. Second, immediately starting a rulemaking process for Rule 1121 to achieve additional emissions reductions from hot water heaters, consistent with the CMB 02 commitment. And finally, ensuring that all new construction in the South Coast does not rely on gas hookups, which will only serve to lock us into decades more of fossil fuel infrastructure. We look forward to working with the Air District to address pollution from all of the top NOx sources in the South Coast, so we can improve outdoor and indoor air quality for millions of residents in the region. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
My next caller I have in the queue is Harvey Etter. Mr. Etter, you should be able to unmute now.
Hello, I'm going to start out with a little ditty that I wrote many years ago, just to familiarize people with us and me. The sun makes the wind blow, the water flow, and the plants grow. It's the engine of our ecosystem. It's the way the world works. That's it. It's pragmatism. That's what you were about. You guys are politicians. All right? How do we get from here to there? How do we survive? Equitably, justly, to make it worthwhile. Not just to be a deal in the empire. Okay. Quality of life. Nietzsche. Depreciating this life for a fairy tale. Stephen Hawking's eternity doesn't cut it. And then developing a solar theory of value, a major impediment we've run into in the last 50 years. We can do better. We have to. This stuff of purging, dissent, and comment and democratic process is outrageous. And when people react, people who are suffering from depression like me, and that I incorporate by reference to today's article in the LA Times that this is a 3 times increase in depression virus, which is climate. This is the real world. This is us. And we need pressure release valves, not authoritarian misrepresentation at the least. These are outrageous. When we legislated against you in 17 and went after law licenses, this is the kind of stuff that needs to be done again. This guy does not deserve to have a law license, in my opinion. And other folks, where you live is where it's at. We are going balls out to suicide. Okay, I incorporate by reference the Pusher by Steppenwolf, 1968. We are all pushers. We're junkies. We're on fossil fuels. We've done it 2-3 centuries. We got to change. We got to do it equitably and justly. And everything that comes down the pike has got to be in this context. We cannot have business as usual. It don't work. This 4-day work thing, and then we're working after hours. Don't cut it. It's time to look deep inside and reevaluate. Okay. Other comments to follow. Big trouble in the land of plenty, to quote Dire Straits. Keep big trouble in the land. That's done.
Thank you, Ms. Schrader, for your comments. I have John Anderson. John?
Hello, board. Thank you for taking my comments and thank you for cleaning our air. I represent a small family business. We have been attempting to open an art gallery for the last 4 years and have literally been building this with our own hands. Unfortunately, we just found out 3 weeks ago, we missed our window of opportunity for purchasing our state-of-the-art Eco Blue carrier units that are extremely high efficient, quiet, and have humidity controls for a fine art gallery. By just a week to be able to order and install them by the September 31st, 2020 deadline. This comes at a great cost to my family and our business. The new units that are being recommended are up to 3 times more expensive than our state-of-the-art high efficient units. And they also don't have a lot of the new bells and whistles some of these other units have, such as quiet and being able to facilitate the needs that we would need from an HVAC unit. COVID completely shut down our ability to get permits and build within the time. So we would be asking for consideration of extending the proposed rule 111111 to the new date of September 31st, 2021. Thank you so much for all that you do, and that is all I have to say.
Thank you. I have a phone number ending in 248. It's an 810 number. Again, phone number ending in 248. And I have Ronji George after that. 248, go ahead. Oh, you were unmuted for a second. Try again. Number 248, you're muted at the moment. You were unmuted for a moment there. I want to try unmuting one more time.
Good morning. Could you hear me?
Yes. Now we can. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, board members, and thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Leah Lewis Prescott, and I work in the Oakland office of Rocky Mountain Institute, an independent nonprofit working to shift our economy toward a low carbon future. First, I'd like to express my deep gratitude for the Air District's leadership in regulating NOx emissions from station water heaters under Rules 1111 and 1121. Many Californians are unaware of the threat to public health posed by the fuel burning appliances in our homes and businesses. So thank you for protecting us and setting an example for other air districts. However, in order for the district to achieve and maintain its air quality goals, it cannot afford to lose the momentum it has gained by backsliding on Rule 1111. And indeed, it should begin the process of further strengthening the standard. According to CARB's emissions inventory, within the South Coast Air Quality Management District, buildings emit 25 tons of NOx per day. That's 30% more than light-duty vehicles and 5 times as much as power plants. We need to reduce building emissions, and as staff mentioned, we can do so through zero-emission electric technology. UCLA research found that if we replace all gas-fired appliances in our homes with electric, we could prevent 900 cases of respiratory illnesses each year. We could save 300 lives each year, and we could save $3.5 billion in healthcare costs each year. I want to thank the staff and technical experts that have spent so much time on these rules, including working group meetings and stakeholder engagement. I understand they've been working on Rule 1111 for decades, and I appreciate the effort they've dedicated to creating the strongest furnace standards in the state, while providing ample support to the manufacturing industry to come into compliance with the standard. The district should not weaken the standard by allowing additional exemptions as requested. Heating technology has improved substantially since the 14 nanogram per joule standard was passed 10 years ago. Air source heat pumps are 2 to 4 times more efficient than gas furnaces. They produce 0 NOx emissions, and according to E3, they can reduce utility bills up to $400 a year in Southern California. The district has made tremendous strides in improving regional air quality, but there is still more that can and should be done to meet federal standards. In the interest of upholding our shared values of improved air quality and public health, I ask that the district reject the request to add exemptions that weaken Rule 1111 and instead maintain the current standard today and work toward developing an even stronger standard in the future in conjunction with the revisions to the district's air quality management plan. I'm confident that with the continued leadership from the South Coast Air Quality Management District on building appliance emission standards, we will achieve a cleaner and safer California. Thank you again for your commitment to clean air and public health, and thank you for the opportunity to comment today.
Thank you.
Very much for your testimony. Ben, before we go to the next, yesterday I broke quarantine because I thought there was an issue that had come up that was important enough for me to meet face to face with some people. So I don't know if everybody's aware of the Tesla housing units that are being built over in Las Vegas, a housing development over there. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to meet with one of the fellows from the company that's building those units, and in the discussion, they just have a myriad of ideas that would, I think, benefit the air quality in the South Coast. Unfortunately, I think some of them are just too expensive for us to consider, but Wayne and I have been talking about for years hot water heaters are powered by solar cells. I hope Harvey Eder is listening. And we only on new construction, we haven't been able to get it off the dime. This company is just absolutely resolute on that. That's going to happen in America, whether South Coast does it or it's just got to happen. So I made arrangements for that company to meet with Wayne by Zoom and discuss the ideas that may be tangential to our mission that's in their wheelhouse, so that we can ascertain if there's anything that we want to do with them or that they want to do with us. I'm really excited about this hot water heater thing. It may be my last legacy here. I think it's something that's really worth doing. So I'm really excited about all, not only this rule that we're discussing today, but also the addition of that activity. Is there any more testimony on this?
Yes, I have 9 more people who want to testify.
9 more? Oh my gosh, okay.
All right, first up, Ron G. George.
Hello?
Go right ahead.
Can you?
Yep.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, board members. I strongly support the staff suggestions. I think they are right on mark. Reason being, a couple of things. First of all, thank you, board members, to supporting the staff suggestions. Reason being, if you have a dual system, and Trane is a big technology giant in this field, and appreciate their comments, but the gut feeling is because electricity prices are so higher than natural gas, people would switch over to the natural gas anytime they get an opportunity, especially people on the margin. And so that is one concern there. Secondly, as a lot of the speakers have said, we are doing things out of outdoor air quality, but these furnace impact inside the home for stay-at-home moms and other children at home. So the cleaner we get, the better. We have evolved from coal, wood fire, and natural gas. Natural gas is a great fuel, but unfortunately, in indoor conditions, these are really toxic. Could be potentially very harmful. And then finally, I want to thank the staff and the board members for giving incentives. I think it's a good idea to keep a $100 margin. And thank you, Mr. Nastri, for putting that, because it will help people to compete to bring it down, the price. The more we compete, encourage, because subsidies have a tendency for the full subsidy to be taken. That's not the intent of your board. Your intent is to encourage competition. So there should be a progressive reduction of these subsidies over time. So this is, and again, I want to thank staff and all your support cleaner pumps. And thirdly, finally, I forgot, I support Harvey Eders and Dr. Berg's push for water solar heaters. I come from India, and there are a lot of solar water heaters there. My relatives have it, my friends have it, and I don't see why, as Harvey Eder keeps saying, why we cannot do more on solar water heaters. That also will help indoor and outdoor air emissions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have Rusty Tharp. Rusty.
Thank you. My name is Rusty Tharp. I'm the Senior Director of Regulatory Affairs for Goodman Manufacturing. Goodman is speaking in support of the proposed revision of Rule 11 as noticed. We do appreciate, as others have said, the work of South Coast staff and the interaction that they have had with manufacturers. We do have some comments, however, regarding the dual fuel applications with usage of 40 nanogram per joule furnaces. We don't support the application of broadly with dual fuel and 40 nanogram per joule for the following 6 reasons. Number 1, as staff noted, there is backsliding. Number 2, there's potential future increase of emissions, and that is in the event that the heat pump installed with the 40 nanogram per joule is replaced with an air conditioner, then all heating would be done at a 40 nanogram per joule emission rate. The third reason is the changeover point of 32 degrees. As staff noted, in the larger population base area, it is extremely rare for a temperature of less than 32 degrees. Therefore, it's illogical for a South Coast consumer to install such a system. Another is the consumer operating cost. As noted in the South Coast report, because gas is relatively cheaper than electricity, the heating by electricity could actually cost up to 50% more than a gas-fired furnace. A fifth reason is enforcement activity. Again, as noted, it would be very difficult in the South Coast staff report, attachment B, there's concerns about the enforcement and the operation of the system. The reality is most dual fuel controls actually have an emergency heat option, and that bypasses any changeover and basically puts the system in heating mode with gas furnace only. The sixth and final reason is the potential use of dual fuel controls that are intended not for South Coast. The reality is most manufacturers will continue to have dual fuel controls that do not have a fixed changeover point of 32 degrees for the rest of the nation. And it would be fairly easy for such a dual fuel control to be purchased online and then installed in the South Coast district, therefore bypassing, and that would be very difficult to enforce. So I'll summarize in that we support the Rule 11 as proposed, including the rebates, and we strongly encourage the Board of Directors to direct staff to not further pursue the expansion of dual fuel applications. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you for your comments. Kelly Lindemore. Kelly?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep, go right ahead.
Awesome, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Kelly Lindemoyer, and I am the Furnace Product Manager at Trane Technologies. First of all, as a threshold matter, we respectfully request that we continue this item due to the excessive heat warning, which has caused many installers to be extremely busy this morning. We've heard from many dealers who are unable to attend this public hearing, and we believe that their voices are critical to the discussion of Rule 1111. In any event, I'd like to spend just a few moments discussing the concerns surrounding 40 nanogram per joule dual fuel systems. To begin, Ms. Nakamura asserted that allowing 40 nanogram per joule dual fuel systems would be backsliding. This is incorrect. The dual fuel system is installed as a system. The 40 nanogram per joule furnace could only be installed with a heat pump with programming that would come from the manufacturer. And the heat pumps, as mentioned in earlier comments, contain the benefits of potential summertime emissions reductions as well. And together, this system would result in more annual NOx reductions than a standalone 14 nanogram per joule furnace, which is what is allowed with Rule 1111 today. Our main focus in the proposal for the inclusion of 40 nanogram per joule dual fuel systems centers around consumer choice and consumer equity. At this point in time, all manufacturers have invested in ultra low NOx, but there are still gaps that have not been addressed. Because of this, customers are limited to approximately 9% of the system choices that they had with 40 nanogram per joule furnaces. With dual fuel systems, we could bridge this gap, offering consumers the widest range of options possible while beating ultra low NOx furnace emission reductions. Given the many benefits of these systems, we respectfully request that 40 nanogram per joule dual fuel be considered for use throughout the entire district and without a time limitation. If the district agrees with a continuation, the additional time would also give district staff time to further examine the systems and measures that have been proposed. I would like to thank the district staff for their continued dialogue and the proposed extensions. We are happy to continue working together moving forward and look forward to the opportunities that we have in front of us with dual fuel systems. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Next up is David Whittingham. David or Dave?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep, go right ahead.
Yes. Hold on here just a second. Good morning, I'm Dave Whittingham, the Senior Engineering Manager, Regulatory Affairs for Lennox International. First, I would like to thank South Coast staff for their efforts in the amendment proposal. Lennox first introduced a portfolio of non-condensing and condensing furnaces in 2017, including those that match with our highest efficiency, variable capacity air conditioning and heat pump products. Lennox is actively working to introduce weatherized and high altitude products and fully supports the current amendment as proposed and believes the current amendment proposal allows for full development of these products. Lennox does not support further amendment to allow 40 nanogram per joule products broadly in dual fuel applications. All Lennox 14 nanogram per joule non-condensing and condensing furnaces can be configured in dual fuel applications to provide further NOx reductions. Further amendment to allow 40 nanogram per joule products undermines the efforts of compliant manufacturers who have invested heavily to comply with the 14 nanogram per joule rule and constitutes backsliding of the current rule. South Coast has appropriately identified significant enforcement issues related if 40 nanogram per joule products are allowed for dual fuel applications and the potential for increased emissions associated, including a total loss of emission reductions if a compliant dual fuel heat pump is replaced with an air conditioning system with an existing 40 nanogram per joule furnace. Again, Lennox reiterates its full support of the current Rule 1111 amendment and recommend approval as proposed. Thank you for the opportunity and the hard work on this issue.
Thank you for your comments. Next up, I have Severo Delvia.
Hi, my name is Severo Davila. I'm with Ferguson HVAC out in the Coachella Valley. I want to thank the board members for your time and staff for your hard work on doing this study. I want to make a couple comments. First of all, on the high altitude, 40 nanograms per joule, by allowing that in high altitudes, you're allowing a furnace that will typically run more than a lower basin furnace, even at, so I think if you're going to allow everyone should be in the same 14 nanograms or not. My second is current 14 nanogram and dual fuel systems and AC systems are pushing the industry to a lower temperature, lower efficiency in systems. So I I am with Ferguson. I've seen a lot of contractors start pushing entry level equipment. So you're actually putting a larger load on the grid by doing this on the electrical side. And third, dual fuel systems will allow to run in, will only run in extreme temperatures on the furnace side. So we could use the furnace to be a supplemental heat more than anything. And then it's a way better option than being just a heat pump with electric heat. I don't know if that's something that Susan mentioned, but that's something that's a way more viable option. And also, finally, this actually gives consumers a better option because it opens a full portfolio for all manufacturers and will actually lower the cost because I've seen systems, the average price has gone up. And one thing that I noticed, there was a comment during the presentation that furnaces cost around $1,000 to $1,500. That is not retail. That's if she's looking at the research, that's actually wholesale to a contractor. So with markups and install, a furnace is going to cost a consumer $500 to $6,500 to install. So we're pushing, especially the lower income communities, to not change their air conditioners. So I really hope that you consider doing these amendments so we could give consumers a better choice, especially in these times. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Doug McLeish. Doug? Doug McLeish, you should be able to unmute now. Go ahead.
First, thank you. I want to first thank Susan and her staff. She's becoming an HVAC expert now on furnaces. I don't see her putting a smile on her face, but she is. A couple of things of clarity. First, on the sell-through, the comment that was made that 5 out of 7 of the manufacturers are agreement as far as the 6-month sell-through. I would agree on that on the single phase, which is the residential side of that, but I strongly disagree with that on the commercial side, and that's the argument. First of all, not all, I don't think there's 5 out of 7 manufacturers that currently are going to have a commercial product offering by April. And that's the reason for the suggested 60-day sell-through, because the commercial applications are totally different than residential. So it's only on only on 3-phase commercial applications that it's being asked for the 60-day extension. And I think if you were to reach out and ask all 7 of the manufacturers, you'd get better clarity to that. I could be wrong, but I don't think that I am. And manufacturers, it's not to our advantage, by the way, to ask for that. It's actually to our disadvantage, but that's going to come back to really surface the end of getting into the October timeframe, just like the gentleman mentioned earlier. The second point of clarity is on the rebate side. Is that when you really look at it on the retail cost difference between, and I think the confusion here is when we talk furnaces, and I'll talk package units, which are under the classification of weatherized, is that the retail difference on that weatherized package unit is over $1,000. So as Mr. Burks stated, that if it was 600, why didn't you, if the cost difference was 600 or 500, but in the case of a package unit or your weatherized, the cost difference to a building owner, a homeowner, a building owner is over $1,000, and you're only offering 500. So those are my 2 points of interest, and thank you for the time.
Thank you. Next up, I have Chris Chavez. Chris?
Yes, thank you, board members, Mr. Chair. Before I begin, I want to express my appreciation for the staff's work on this issue, as well as the board's thoughtful consideration of this item. My name is Chris Chavez. I'm the Deputy Policy Director for Coalition for Clean Air. I understand the item today is limited to increasing the consumer rebates for furnaces, as well as extending compliance deadlines. But I want to express my agreement with some of the other commenters, including Earth Justice and the Rocky Mountain Institute today. First, I want to oppose any loosening the NOx standard district-wide. While we aren't thrilled about the extension and any foregone emission reductions, we would be strongly opposed to any backsliding and acting inconsistently with the SIP. Given the air district's difficulty in attaining the national ambient air quality standards, loosening Rule 1111 really isn't an option. Rather, AQMD should be considering how to reduce emissions from appliances broadly, especially water heaters. As Board Member Krakoff's questions pointed out, and I thank him for his comments and questions, emissions from appliances are a significant contributor of pollutants in the region. Given the air district's difficulties in attaining these standards, as well as the health implications, and really the imperative and need for AQMD to enact and to bring clean air to the district, I really strongly encourage the district to consider how to reduce emissions from these appliances and really start working on developing clean options for our communities. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. I have Harvey Etter, but I believe Harvey Etter spoke to this item. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. So the next speaker will be Cody Navani. Cody.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, it's Cody Novini. Sorry, I'm in the field. It's a little hot outside, so I'm a contractor, and we're out trying to help a lot of people. A lot of my healthy competitors won't be getting on the phone today to call in because they're just as swamped as we are. But we have, want to thank everybody for having me on, and as well to the staff. We've gone back and forth and had quite a few conversations that I think helped both sides of everything. We worked towards a good end result. Wanted to clarify a few things first. We now have about 450 models to choose from with the ultra low NOx 14 nanogram per joule furnace. And one model actually has almost 10 different sizes depending on which manufacturer it is. So our actual amount of furnace options for a homeowner isn't, hey, I got 450 models optional to you. It's more like, hey, for this one size that's going to fit in your house, I have about 60 to 80 options. And we used to have hundreds of options, and we have thousands of different types of clients. And now we have to smash those clients into these small, very restricted amount of options that we have available to us. And that's not enough. And we're doing good quality, real legal work that's permitted and meets all codes of many different jurisdictions. And most companies are now not pulling permits, and they're sneaking under the radar. I was just talking to a local city that we're going to help instruct on what to look for in November, and they were telling me about how the HVAC permits have dropped substantially since this rule came out last October. And so we see it all the time. A lot of companies are just not doing it the right way versus doing it the right way. And more companies are going in that direction all the time. Unfortunately, some of these numbers, like 450 options, come from manufacturers that have created a lot of options, and they're trying to dominate the market. So they push against, all alternatives that are going to help the end result, and that the actual goal is lowering emissions. But their angles are to sell as much product as possible and dominate the market versus actually solving our air quality problems. So it just kind of stinks to see that stuff from those companies. For instance, Trane American Standard have been rated number 1 or at the very top of Consumer Reports for about 20 years, whereas some of these other companies speaking against dual fuel products are at the very bottom of that list. AC replacement.
Your time is up, sir, and thank you for calling.
Product. I don't have.
Sir, your timer expired for 3 minutes. We thank you for your comments, and there's some good ones. Thank you. Next up, I have Mark Ramirez. Mark, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep, go right ahead.
Okay. First, I want to thank everybody on the board for allowing us to speak. I'm an HVAC contractor, and my point of view is to try to kind of paint a picture for you, the realistic world that I live in every single day. I get a customer, today and the next 4 days, we're going to be in 100+ degrees. And so we get a lot of requests for replacements of air conditioning and heating systems. And so we're talking to the consumers and talking about their options. And we do talk about heat pumps, okay? And we have installed heat pumps as well. But the reality is that as a contractor, what concerns me on a heat pump well, let me back up. If I go to your house and you ask me to install a system in your home, I'm not going to install the same capacity that you currently have. I would do what the industry professionals do, and that is do a heat load calculation. It lets us know how much heat we need to put in your house in the wintertime, how much we have to remove in the summertime. And we do that by BTUs. I've done over 5,000 of these projects with load calculation. So I have quite a bit of experience. And I can tell you that we don't have to get down to 32 degrees for a heat pump to not be able to keep up with demand. They do go into defrost mode. If it gets cool enough outside, the system on the heat pump mode will stand to frost up. And for a moment, imagine you having your heater running, and all of a sudden you get a blast of cold air in the heat pump because you have no backup heat, no strip heat. Well, that does it because manufacturers, they don't want the systems to ice up, so they force the system to go into defrost, which means you're going to run air conditioning at times to allow the defrost to happen. But the other concerns I have is if a heat pump is running and it's raining outside and we have a failure, we can't have our technicians working on the outdoor unit because it's 220 volts, it's raining, it's dangerous for them to work on that. So what's the consumer going to have as backup heat if their heat pump fails? They're either going to have to go all electric if they have backup strip heat. If they had a furnace, they could use that as a backup in reality. So my concern is that we have to look at everything from the consumers. I have consumers right now, believe it or not, that they're electing to keep their furnaces and just replacing their air conditioners. They're not going to go to a new technology that has not have a track record, that have not been proven. So I'm limited, but the bottom line is I'm responsible to make my customers' lives more comfortable as much as possible with compliance. And so we need to think about that. You know, everybody talks about going all electric. Well, we have rolling blackouts not too long ago. We may have rolling blackouts this weekend. How would you like your house to be, you know, if you go all electric, all of a sudden your power out. You can't take hot showers if you have all electric heat. So, and the cost to the consumer as well, the electric rates are very high. Thank you.
Mr. Ramirez, thank you for your comments. I have a quick question for you, so staff could go ahead and unmute his microphone again. Mr. Ramirez, can you tell us what the average installation cost is for these units? Where, you know, our staff has told us that they see the pricing around $5,000, but I'm curious how much of a delta is this rebate really going to be when with the total cost?
Are we talking about heat pumps?
Yeah, well, we have a $1,500 rebate we're talking about for a heat pump system. So can you tell us what that would be? How much that would help that type of an install?
Well, if it's a heat pump, for me, I'm going to do the load calculations. I'm going to know that at a certain point, I'm going to need some electric heat. So I'm not going to cross my fingers and hope that the heat pump itself would keep that family warm in the wintertime. We did get to some 37 degrees and what have you last winter. I know that because the systems that we use, I'm able to log into my customers' thermostats and see how the system is performing. I get to see the outdoor temperature and see what the indoor temperature is and how the heat pump is performing. But to answer your question, on average, a heat pump system, depending on what it is going to run anywhere between, I would say average of, for me, it's average of $12,000 to install a heat pump system. And then the consumers ask me, what they're afraid about is my electric rate is going through the roof, and my house, you know, my gas bill is a lot lower, and they're scared to switch over to heat pump because the next question is, what's going to be my cost of heating this house? And nobody can guarantee you that. I can't guarantee them because I don't know what the temperature is going to be that winter, what the temperature set point is. So they're very nervous switching to heat pumps because, you know, it's electric, and with the pandemic right now, people are very fixed in their income, and that's why they're electing to keep their furnaces and deal with it later and just replace the air conditionings. And that's the real world I live in right now. Where I don't sit in an office and try to make policies. These are my people every single day.
I appreciate your frankness and your add-on to that. We'll have to move on, but thank you very much for clarifying how much those systems cost. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Chris Forth. Chris, go right ahead. Chris Forth. Staff, I'm not seeing the normal icon, so someone can unmute next to Chris.
He's unmuted.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it sounds like you have a second device in the room. We want to have just one device. You need to turn off whatever the second device is and only have the speaker.
All right, can you hear me now?
We'll see. Hopefully there's no feedback.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Chris.
Great.
We can hear you.
We can hear you, Chris.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yes. We
Go
hear
right
you.
ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
We've been hearing you this whole time.
Okay, sorry, I could not hear you. My apologies.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Chris Forth. I'm the Executive Director of Regulatory Codes and Environmental Affairs for Johnson Controls, and a former product design engineer. I'd like to thank the staff for consideration of the impacts of COVID on manufacturers, testing, and design cycles. I can assure you that the impacts are real. We do appreciate staff recommendation on the 1-year extension for both weatherized and high altitude applications. However, echoing the comments of the family who just missed the cutoff to buy one of my competitors' most efficient systems by not allowing dual fuel systems with 40 nanogram per joule furnaces in all areas, there will be an overall loss of high efficiency sales and a corresponding increase in energy usage in the South Coast region, as several of the OEMs, including JCI, do not offer our highest efficiency systems with the 14 nanogram per joule technology. That's a challenge for us. The impact would be spread not only across South Coast, but across the other regions, and it would put South Coast at a disadvantage, quite frankly, from an efficiency standpoint. You know, our belief is that the 14 nanogram per joule furnaces will never be as high as that of the 40s. It's really a niche product, and its appeal just won't be there for other states. Therefore, it's always going to have a higher cost. It's always going to have a limited market. We also believe there are clearly available technologies out there to limit the adjustment of the balance point to address staff concerns. And at the end of the day, right, you've heard several speakers mention only 9% of models that are available versus, you know, in today's offering. By limiting to just the ultra low NOx option and the 40 nanograms in high altitude, we're limiting consumer choice, which we don't think is a good idea. We would also respectfully request a short 60-day sell-through for the weatherized application, strictly for commercial jobs. That's where the unforeseen circumstances could lead to stranded inventory, quite frankly. For 60 days, I know staff was concerned that, you know, we would continue to build. I can just speak for us. For the cutoff date, we will stop production there. This is simply for downstream, our channel partners, so that they don't get stranded with inventory. We think the 60-day sell-through period is not going to have a significant impact on emissions, and therefore we would just think that would be good for business. So thank you for the time.
Thank you for your comments. Miguel?
Yes, hi.
Right ahead.
Hold on, I have to take my mask off. Thanks for giving me the time to speak with you. So I'm in a unique situation as being a owner of a HVAC. I'm sorry, an HVAC company. I'm also a mechanical engineer and an inventor. Working with clients, especially here in the desert, one of the big challenges with heat pumps, as another gentleman mentioned before, is that a heat pump falls off in its capacity to heat in a number of ways. One of the big complaints we get from our clients is that it takes an incredibly long time for them to start feeling comfortable. It takes them between 12 and 15 minutes. And so because of that, they're very reluctant to go with heat pumps without some sort of alternate heat. Some of them just use radiators. I don't advise that, but that's what they do. They do what they'll do. So that's where I believe that this dual fuel really has a place. Now, I know there's a major concern about enforcement, and I know that the systems could be made virtually bulletproof in terms of defeating the system. It's quite straightforward. One gentleman mentioned interchanging circuit boards from other systems. Well, that could easily be prevented by using other components that don't match those systems, making it not cost effective to try to retrofit one of these systems. And just by not making it cost effective by itself is going to make it enforced, but it'll enforce itself. I think it's very straightforward. And to circle back on the issue of the clients not being comfortable, first of all, in the desert, we don't have an inversion layer. So our nighttime temperatures drop considerably as compared to the other areas. And it doesn't need to be 32 degrees. 40 degrees will get a heat pump become very inefficient. And in order to, I have to tell my clients that, look, if that's your only alternative, you're going to have to run it during the day when it's warmer.
Miguel, thank you for your comments. Your time expired, and I recognize you probably are on a phone and not able to see that, but thank you for your comments, and they're well received. Dr. Burke, that is our last public commenter on this item.
Public testimony here. Well, they have presented, some interesting aspects. Do you have any comment about what they had to say, Susan?
So I think there were comments in regards to the rebate and the amount of the rebate. I just wanted to remind everyone that for the weatherized units that there is a mitigation fee, which ranges from $350 to $450. And so the rebate of $500 plus the mitigation fee creates a good separation between a 40 and a 14 nanogram per joule furnace. So that's the first point. The other point is in regards to John Anderson's comment for the art gallery. I think he's probably referring to a weatherized furnace because that's the only furnaces that could be sold throughout the basin that have a upcoming compliance date of October 1st. And we're extending that compliance date for a year. And
so could we ask you to speak to him and clarify that for him?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you very much.
So I'm not sure is that, for in regards to the 60-day sell-through, we started with a 6-month time frame for a time extension. We extended it to 12 months. We feel that gives manufacturers plenty of time to manage their inventory. Johnson Controls is the only manufacturer that's asking for this additional 60 days beyond the 12 months that we've allowed. We think we should just hold the line there. Most manufacturers, 5 out of the 7, are going to have units, either commercial or residential weatherized furnaces by April 1st, gives them time to manage their inventory.
Okay.
Dr. Burke, if I might, Chair.
Yes.
What we heard right now is a lot of why we spent so much time on this in stationary source. And I think that a lot of the compromises that staff is already recommending, this additional year, satisfied the sell-through, and maybe it's not super clear. So I think if we could follow up with the speakers that came to us today, we tried to accommodate a lot of these issues. And I agree with you that maybe some direct follow-up from staff with those individuals might be helpful. because we did try to accommodate almost everything that was said.
Okay. Is there any other of my colleagues that would like to speak on this before we take a vote?
Councilman Rodriguez has his hand up.
Councilman?
Thank you. I want to start by expressing appreciation to my colleagues, Senator Delgado and others on the committee that looked at this and clearly made efforts to provide accommodations. So thank you for that. Just want to, as far as the 60-day sell-through, again, from the committee's perspective, just wanting to clarify if there was sentiment to allow for that, or was the consensus not to? So just so I can get kind of the committee perspective on that. And then the other, more of a question for staff related to the UC Davis study. Can you provide some context of your response to that study? I understand that the dual fuel units with an electric heat pump with that 40 nanogram furnace, according to the study, can reduce annual NOx emissions as much as 96%. So if they're capable of providing nearly 70% reductions also in carbon dioxide emissions, which apparently these ultra low NOx furnaces do not offer. So if that's the case, as the study purports, and we are ultimately concerned with achieving emissions reductions, why would we not allow for these dual fuel units throughout the basin? Thank you.
Any other comments?
That was a question for staff more than a comment.
Does Susan want to maybe take a swing at that, and I'll follow up with the other?
Okay.
Susan, you want to comment?
Sure. So in regards to the UC Davis study, the UC Davis study compared the 40 nanogram per joule dual fuel system to a standalone 14 nanogram per joule furnace. We feel the rule regulates the furnace and the emissions from the furnace. It regulates the concentration that the manufacturer produces. We do not regulate the use of that furnace. The comparison should be dual fuel 40 to a dual fuel 14 nanogram per joule furnace. That comparison is a 65% emission increase with a 40 nanogram per joule dual fuel in that configuration. So that's the first point. Second point is that we are concerned about the enforcement, and the regulation, the rule as it stands is regulating down to the installer, does not regulate the consumer. If that consumer installs a dual fuel with a 40 and decides that they want to change and they don't want to use the heat pump and they want to put in an AC, then that becomes a standalone 40 nanogram per joule furnace. And you have no benefit with the dual fuel at that time with the heat pump. And so we don't want to say, okay, end user, consumer, resident, that now you have to have a permit for your use for a dual fuel. This is a consumer product. We want to continue to regulate it as a consumer product down to the installer.
Thank you. And as for the sentiment from the committee on the 60-day sell-through, more for my colleagues, just curious.
I'll speak as the chair, and then I'll ask for other members to speak up too. But I think that one of the concerns, when we talked about that, but I think it was the conversation, we did not quite recognize that there was already almost a 1-year extension. So Senator Delgado may have a different take, or some others, but I feel that we've given a year extension, a year and another 60 days, although it doesn't sound like much. I'm willing to go either way, but I'd be curious what my colleagues think after already giving a full year. But Senator Delgado or someone else?
Yeah, sure. So I was really sensitive to that as a developer. We use Train products in CVS Pharmacy, for example, and we have materials in waiting for permits with delays on COVID. So I'm very sensitive to that. We actually were able to do better. We not only acknowledged that this was an issue, so there's a whole year extension that's a sell-through instead of the 60 days. So took that very seriously. We wanted to accommodate that. So that's what I was saying. I don't think some of these things were super clear, that we worked on it and not only is there, they have a whole year now.
So was there a vote in stationary source on that issue?
No, we didn't take a vote on that particular issue. I don't know if any of my other colleagues from Stationary Source want to chime in. Or...
Got it.
I'll chime in and say, yes, there was, I think, a consensus at Stationary Source that giving them a year of sell-through was sufficient. It's a matter of managing your inventory. And so you give them a year, but they want 60 more days. Well, you could take 60 days off the year and say, here, you get this plus 60 days. It seems to me like the year sell-through was plenty of time and more than initially granted for them to manage that inventory.
Okay, I got it. Any other comments?
Okay.
Thank you for that clarification, and appreciate Board Member Vice Chair Benoit and your leadership on that committee, as well as those others that are participating in that. Seems like a very thorough review had occurred going into the discussion. Just was interested in your direct perspective, so appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilmember Mitchell, you had your hand raised for another question or comment?
I just want to make a couple of comments, and Susan really emphasized this point, because a lot of the public comment we heard was the argument for dual fuel. And that argument was for a 40 nanogram dual fuel. But they have the option to buy dual fuel. That is not eliminated. It's just that that option is with a 14 nanogram. And so the comparison really should be between, if you're comparing emissions, between dual fuel at 14 nanograms and dual fuel at 40. And I want to also emphasize that we get substantial NOx emission reductions from this rule. And this rule has been in place since 2009. It's just coming back for some amendments now. So in 2009, we put out there that a 14 nanogram furnace was going to be required in the basin. That's 10 years ago. So the manufacturers have had a lot of time to work on meeting that requirement. And we know that there are a significant number of models, 450 some models of the 14 nanogram furnace available. So I don't think there's a problem with the options. I mean, they have the options for 14 nanogram standalone. They have the option for a dual fuel 14 nanogram with a heat pump. And we get what we need here in the basin with almost, 3 tons per day reduction by 2023, and some almost 7 tons by 2043. And we need those NOx reductions. I mean, as I said, from when I talked to you about the omnibus regulation, by 2031, we will get 7 tons a day, which is very much needed. And so to change this rule now and say, okay, we're not going to require 14 nanograms, which we required 10 years ago, and say now you can do 40 nanograms, seems to me really to be moving backwards. And the other thing is that when we said in 2009 we wanted a 14 nanogram furnace, a lot of manufacturers stepped up and did it. They got to the technology and developed that. Some manufacturers were slower, but I think we shouldn't be rewarding those who didn't step up with the technology and come forward with a 14 nanogram furnace that meets our requirements. I want to mention also that San Joaquin Valley Air District requires a 14 nanogram furnace and has had that in place for a number of years. So it isn't, just one air district that's doing this. So those are my comments. I think we shouldn't be going backwards on this. As I mentioned earlier, we are in partnership with CARB doing our mobile emission reductions with concentration on NOx reductions. And we need to do our part here. We have a rule in place that gets us NOx reductions. And I don't think we should be going backwards to rev that up and have less than what we actually need. Thank you.
In keeping with Judy's comments, I remember in 2009 when the argument was taking place. And these same guys showed up and said, we can never do this. And then the next year, there was one manufacturer that had it already done. And then the other guy said, well, you know, I don't think we need to backslide on this rule. This has been in place a long time, and like Judy says, we need the NOx reductions desperately.
Dr. Burke, if I could just speak to that one last time. You know, this has been a consideration for some time and whether or not to allow for some other dual fuel 40 nanogram. And I just like to speak to the industry representatives. You know, we've talked over the last couple of months. You know, I think my biggest concern is that backslide issue and hearing that from staff. And the other thing is that it'd be different if we had a large, or if every one of the industry folks was sort of going in the same direction on this, but we're getting a mixed message. We've half the industry group, almost more than half, saying, no, we're good with 14. We can make it work. And we have a few that are saying no. And it makes it very difficult to talk about any type of a difference when we have that ability in the Dare district to go to the 14 nanogram and to do that with the heat pump with what's available today. To have to then go backwards, I think is very difficult. So I appreciate their comments, and I know it's been a long road to get to this point, but I think at this point, I think we've all heard, and there's quite a few in support of just moving forward as is with staff recommendations. So thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I make one last comment?
Well, as I saw that how happy Mr. Benoit's comments made you, I was happy to recognize you.
Thank you.
Smiling behind my my Zoom back there.
Mr. Chair, I support this proposed rule, and I want to, you know, we get sometimes attacked by our rules, but there's an incredible economic benefit by this rule. I want to thank the committee too. I mean, and I'd ask Ben to ask that question about the cost of the contractors. We're going to have almost 3,000 units subsidized. That means hundreds of HVAC contractors out there will have a job, whether it's a couple thousand or, like the one contractor said, 12,000 to install this. So we're going to give people jobs during this pandemic, and those people that get the couple thousand, they're going to spend that money on buying food, goods, equipment, whatever it is. So there's an incredible positive economic ripple effect from our decision today. Thank you.
Yeah, except a guy like me who's got two of those big units on his roof. Each one of them are running about 14, 15,000 a piece. I'm not really, and they're over 9 years old now, so I know they're due to be replaced soon. I'm not real thrilled about putting groceries on somebody's table over my new unit, but I'm going to have to do it anyway. So I think that concludes the discussion on this item, and I will accept a motion on it.
Mr. Chair, I'll move approval of the staff recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Would the clerk call the roll?
Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Councilmember Buscaino?
Yes.
Councilmember Cacchiotti?
Yes.
Senator Delgado?
Yes.
Board Member Krakoff?
Yes.
Mayor McCallan?
Yes.
Councilmember Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Supervisor Rutherford?
Yes.
Vice Chairman Benoit?
Yes.
Chairman Burke?
Yes.
Motion passes 12, 1 absent.
Okay, more good work. How are we on the public comment there, Vice Chair? Ranji, George, and
We can't hear you.
Excuse me. I was muted. My apologies. We do have some public commenters. I do have one gentleman that I think had his hand raised at the beginning. Was it Stephen Goldsmith that had his hand raised earlier on?
Yeah,
We can
let's,
take him
that's
first,
correct.
then we'll go ahead and work through the list. All right, Stephen, you should be unmuted. Go ahead.
Yes, I speak today as an individual, although I am president of the TRAA, concerned about both Torrance and Wilmington Valero use of large amounts of hydrofluoric acid and the possibility of that release. Information more about TRAA can be done at emailing us at info@traasouthbay.com. We call for the immediate phase out of this deadly chemical. A year ago, this board voted to allow the continued use of HF despite being located in the most densely populated communities already burdened with environmental justice issue. That decision was not a decision based on science. I may be impolite here, but it was decided on politics. The shocking AQMD and excellent AQMD staff presentation of February of 2019 was ignored. The complete takeover a year ago of this board by refinery interests is demonstrated by the fact that there has not even been one meeting of the refinery subcommittee or any subject on any subject since that September 2019 meeting, especially since the committee was lied to by the refineries about the massive release of HF in Philadelphia explosion and the subsequent EPA consent decree on the Torrance refinery, which was highly critical and doubling the size of the death zone in the event of a large release. COVID's impact on oil production would all call for such a meeting, let alone the follow-up to the two questions that were raised by those who supported continuing HF. One was, what was the progress made for the promised changes and improvements? The answer to that question in the refinery's quarterly reports of July 30th, some paperwork was done, but no actual measures have been implemented. And in fact, the timeline was pushed back another year to 2022. And has there been progress on alternatives? There has been much progress, and there are a number of many now operating with alternatives. So I asked these political questions. Again, I apologize for being impolite. Why was the chair of the Board of Supervisors replaced? Janice Hahn, the strongest supporter and the representative of that area. Why did Councilman Buscaino, who represents the area and is rumored to be running for mayor, not defend the community's interests? Why did the majority leader, who claims to be an environmental supporter, appoint someone who went along with the refineries? And why did Chairman Burke, who once said people will have to die before this board phases out HF, change his stand? Beirut is calling.
Thank you for your comments. This is public comment, so it's not an agendized item, so we cannot respond, but appreciate your comments. My next speaker is Harvey Etter. Mr. Etter, if you could go ahead and unmute, you have 3 minutes for general public comment.
Okay. All right. Maybe I'm best just giving a little more context in history, our involvement with the district. We were the first environmental studies in 1970 in the University of California, and taught there in 76. And did the solar class of project, and the inventor of the aluminum can, i.e. beer, solar collector, built a system at the university at the 40-acre organic farm, etc. And was had the first position in local government in 77, 78 for the solar education specialist for the county, and worked as consultant to the commission, mayor's office, city of LA, etc. PUC commission, and lots of other stuff. Okay, so there's a need. Okay, for climate, the numbers that are coming out, they're saying, like Greta's saying, that they say that in the last 30 years we've used up half of our budget for carbon dioxide. And they're saying that we've only got, the changes are happening a lot quicker than the October 8th report, IPCC, and so we've got to act. And that probability of keeping it under 1.5 degrees C in 10 years
was 2/3 and now it does not exist because she says the budget that we have, that we've used up and that we're going to use, like 35 to 45 gigatons per year, doesn't cut it. And so actually to keep it at 2 degrees C in 8 years, we've got 50% probability. Now we're in dangerous territory. Okay. These are the real number. And this is what she's pissed about and blaming stuff on us and stuff that we tried to deal with 40, 50 years ago, and that slammed. Another story, another time. Anyway, so they say in the Arctic that there's about twice as much in the tundra CO2 as there is in the air right now. But there's also methane, and they didn't quantify that, and nitrous oxide. Nitrous oxide has gone up 12 times in the last 10 years and is repeating that same thing, and that has a 300 times global warming potential. And the function of nitrogen in cycle, whatnot, is important. This stuff is basically being denied by the district, by the state, by the federal government, and we're whistleblowers on that. The real methane number is CO2 equivalent is 2-3 times what y'all are using. And then on the back slide, they're trying to use this spreading, potentially infected natural gas through.
Thank you, Harvey. Your time expired. We appreciate your comments, and thank you for being civil in the public comment period. Thank you. Our next speaker is Ian Stewart.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, and staff, the screen came up with a picture of a train. I'm not sure if we need to have that up right now.
Yes.
All right. There was also a slide presentation. Is that possible to show first?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. Hello, and thank you.
Go ahead.
Hello, and thank you to the board and staff of South Coast AQMD for your efforts to improve air quality for myself, my children, and all the residents of Southern California. My name is Ian Stewart, and I am the president of Rail Propulsion Systems, Fullerton, California. We founded RPS to develop and offer industry accepted zero emissions battery locomotives to switchyard and commuter rail services. We have a current locomotive project with South Coast AQMD called the 1201 to demonstrate a small battery powered switcher locomotive. Though this project has fallen behind schedule for various reasons, I am pleased to report that we have submitted a revised schedule and received approval from staff allowing us to make the 1201 operational before the end of the year and move forward with successful demonstration completion early to middle of next year. I want to extend my personal thanks to South Coast AQMD staff for working with us on this project. I'm speaking today to propose a separate opportunity, and may I have slide 2, please? To demonstrate a full-size zero-emissions battery electric locomotive called the 999 for a 3-month demonstration at Metrolink Central Maintenance Yard. This unit utilizes recycled components, second life batteries, and legacy locomotive chassis, resulting in a negative carbon footprint. It would address existing issues and concerns from the surrounding neighborhoods near Metrolink's yard for noise and pollution, and it would allow a cost-effective, no-risk opportunity for Metrolink to assess zero emissions technology. This project would also support local businesses as we and our support system of suppliers are primarily located in Southern California. We ask, slide 3, please. We asked for you, the AQMD board, to add this project as an agenda item for the next meeting for consideration of direct internal funding and provide direction to staff to work with RPS and Metrolink staff to formalize the details of this demonstration to present to Metrolink executive management. Once the details are understood and agreed to by Metrolink, this project has the support of 2 county supervisors as well as numerous local government officials. I thank you for your time and leave you with a video of the 999 taken this week. And if you would, go ahead and show the video. And thank you to Derek for helping me out with this.
Oh, good. Now I know who to blame.
Don't thank him too soon.
All right. The video is only.
Are we going to get the video going, Ron?
Yes, just one moment. Here it is.
All right.
Where do the batteries come from for this locomotive?
They're actually a combination of legacy batteries that were on it
Legacy
previously,
battery.
and they're second life batteries from electric vehicles. So we're able to repurpose electric batteries to utilize them on locomotive equipment. One of our technology visions. This is the 999. It's currently operating in revenue service for Camp Creek. And regularly required to call Virginia and an equivalent
All right, thank you, honestly. On over to train device.
And I blew my opportunity to let you hear how quiet it was when you were going by. But you're welcome to review this video whenever you want to. It's only a minute long. And this video was taken on Wednesday this week.
You know, in the mode of making the neighborhood quieter, you might have taken a video with where the bell wasn't ringing. You know.
Yeah. And the problem, Mr. Chair, is that's as fast as the locomotive goes. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Oh, it's as fast as it's allowed to go in the yard.
That was just a joke. Just a
Yeah, it's an interesting concept. If it's, you can use old batteries. You know, Ron George, we need to put him on this and see.
Well, he's our next speaker, sir.
Okay, so let's hear Ron George's comments on this.
Ron George, general public comment, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, board members. I have a quick comment on the Alameda decision as it affects the existing employees. I urge all board members to read that decision. It's a beautifully crafted decision, amazing in its ethical, moral, and attempt to solve some pressing problems. Unfortunately, the guest attorney for the SB Sarah and our attorneys, I'm sorry, he may have taken it from the guest attorney, they have put off the electricity on this Fifth Symphony. It's so beautiful. You need to hear it first yourself, not wait, rely on other interpreters. Existing employees are also exempt from these from Alameda decision as long as they don't spike the last 12 months of their pay. You know, this was primarily, though not solely, primarily targeting senior managers who engage in unethical and immoral ways of padding their salaries at the last minute and give them a huge retirement benefit. Existing employees don't have that power. They have been paying these health premiums from the very start of this employment, and those ongoing payments were not affected by this decision. I repeat. In fact, they don't even mention health premiums, even though they mention all other little pay items that are padded on to certain individual, even existing employees. I mean, those who retire, they get these overtime, hazardous pay. All these were all excluded because these were padding on. But if it's not padded on and it is gone repeatedly, that's exempted from that Alameda decision. Many of these, they didn't say wages alone in there, I think, in that decision. They said compensation that's been paid to fellow colleagues, and that should be exempted, please. And if medical, and especially if your board should give the existing employees direct payments so they can get it in cash, and cash payments are excluded from the Alameda decision. I can quote you all sections and footnotes saying that repeatedly, and I'm so disappointed there are people who don't interpret it this way. Why are you throwing the existing employees under the bus? they try to throw a legacy thing, and of course, thankfully, the SB saw that and exempted. But I would urge you, all of your board members, to read this beautiful decision. So, and exempt, they are hardworking people. They can get employment elsewhere, and health premium is the one way to attract a lot of good people into the agency. That's my sincere request, to look into this further. Otherwise, you may experience some serious litigation. I don't know, but that's that thing. So,
Thank you, Ranji George, for your comments. Next speaker is Florence Caribbean. Florence.
Yes, hello. Florence Caribbean with the Del Alamo Action Committee, and I was asked by TRAA to participate in this meeting. I want to say, we look at what happened in Beirut. We hear about how the death zone for HF has been extended by the US EPA. We should all be deeply, deeply concerned about this. And I am particularly concerned right now because my experience working at DTSC was that things happened in extreme heat. I remember a truck overflow, getting overheated at a TSD there. I remember the Quemeco facility having a major fire on the 4th of July weekend. Accidents happen when the heat is so high, and at the refineries, there's nothing different about it. And I would request that the district consider enhancing the inspections at the refineries during this very difficult heat time. I was very disillusioned and disappointed when the board made the decision they did about HF after I had attended so many meetings, had worked so hard on the issue, and then the door just closed with something that wasn't satisfactory. And it is representative of the fact that we heard from Goldsmith that nothing at all has actually happened at either of the two refineries to protect people from potential exposure to HF. I don't want you to be complacent on this issue. I think it's really a critical concern. And I hope that somehow doors open on this issue and better solutions are found. I do also want to mention very quickly that I attended the meeting on the air quality plan earlier this week, and they talked about the stay at home and the reduction, that there were air quality improvements because of that. And I encourage the district to step out in front on the benefits that have been achieved because people have been staying at home, not driving their cars, not commuting. I really believe the Air District has an opportunity to step forward, play a leadership role in moving the blessings that have come from this terrible time into the future and doing more. I so much appreciate all the hard work that all of you are doing no matter what. I'm on the complaint team and we are all working hard too. So thank you very much to all of you. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Yes, thank you, Florence. Our next speaker, and I have 4 more, is John Anderson. John?
Hi, just real quickly, I wanted to see what I could do about getting into contact with Susan Nakamura about just resolving any confusion.
So you can, my number is 909-396-3105.
Sorry, 3105?
3105.
Thank you so much. You guys have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
You too, thank you. Our next speaker is Chris Chavez. Chris?
Yes, thank you, board members, for this opportunity to provide comments. Again, I want to thank the board for the discussion and dialogue for Rule 1111. But like other commenters, I want to speak regarding the board's decision just under a year ago regarding hydrofluoric acid use at refineries. That decision, unlike the thoughtful approach to discussion that the district just had, was a complete opposite. Rather than just over a week, a 3-year-long rulemaking process was interrupted, and the broader community only had 72 hours public notice beforehand. I don't need to expound on the hazards presented by MHF or why the community wants to see it phased out. However, I do want to ask these questions. I understand the board can't respond in this forum, as well as speak out in favor of the phase out of modified hydrofluoric acid at refineries. The first question is, what's the status of the proposed safety enhancements outlined in the refinery's proffer letter? Secondly, what's the status of any community outreach, public noticing, scoping, and the CEQA process and documentation for these safety enhancements? This is particularly important because I will note again, the district adopted the refinery's proffer letter immediately after adopting the community-driven AB 617 community emissions reductions plans, which shows an inconsistency in the district's approach in both in community noticing as well as community empowerment. Lastly, are these safety enhancements, should they ever be constructed, actually going to protect the community members that live around the refineries, including myself, as I only live 2.5 miles away from the Valero refinery? Thank you very much for your time, board members.
Thank you for your comments. Next up, I have Todd Campbell. Mr. Campbell?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep, right ahead.
Yes, good morning, Chairman Burke, members of the board. My name is Todd Campbell. I represent Clean Energy. I wanted to first thank Board Member Mitchell for her representation of our air district. She did a tremendous job raising our daunting NOx challenges when the Advanced Clean Truck and Heavy Duty Omnibus Rule was heard in June and July. If you read this morning's LA Times article, you would think that the passage of these regulations translates as a mission accomplished story for heavy duty trucks. Specifically, the article states that the omnibus rule is expected to cut diesel emissions by 75% below current standards in 2024 and 90% in 2027. And by 2031, the emission reductions will result in the equivalent of 16 million cars being taken off the road. Sounds great, but those who are not new to mobile source air pollution issues know that today's cars are cleaner than ever, and making the removal of 60 million cars factoid very misleading to the general public. Board Member Mitchell made it clearer by saying to the board at the hearing and this morning that the omnibus rule only gets the South Coast 7 tons per day in 2031. Sadly, the Advanced Clean Truck Rule does much less than this, only 6.9 tons per day statewide. Yet our basin needs 108 tons per day by 2031. What's even more problematic is that these rules come into play after 2023, as the Air Board favors their 2031 deadline to develop their statewide strategies. So what can be done? The mobile source strategy document that is being developed by CARB and must be presented to the legislature by January 1st needs more transparency. We are very concerned by the lack of public process, as staff has only held one workshop to date and does not appear to be looking at near-term emission reductions as required by statute. South Coast staff should push back. The Advanced Clean Fleet Rule is another opportunity to transition trucking fleets to cleaner alternatives, and it will be critical for the South Coast to encourage the Air Board to think beyond just zero emission strategies, which are not commercial, and require low NOx options aggressively in the near term. Also, advancing South Coast facility-based and indirect source rules will also be mission critical to addressing our near-term NOx needs, and I strongly encourage the board's strong support of staff's efforts to move the needle at ports, airports, warehouses, and rail yards. Finally, it has become abundantly clear that the state or regional governments do not have sufficient funding to independently transition the tens, if not hundreds, of thousands of pre-2010 trucks leaving our roadways over the next 2 years. We need to develop and explore public and private partnerships that can help replace these aging trucks with significantly cleaner truck options. Board Member Mitchell said it best when she told her Air Board colleagues that she will take the 7 tons of NOx, but it does not deliver what our district needs to reach federal attainment. And with that, I thank you for your time and for your service.
Thank you for your comments. Tom Hazelhoff, or Hazelleaf, excuse me. Tom, you should be able to unmute now.
I'm Tom Hazlett from Seal Beach, and the issue with the hydrofluoric acid reminds me of when my kids were young, and they asked me why I got to eat while I'm sitting on the carpet, but they didn't. I explained it was because I had the resources to replace the carpet if I damaged it. these refineries don't have the resources to replace the carpet. A catastrophic release of hydrogen or hydrofluoric acid is going to wipe out these companies, and the people suffering the damage will have no recourse. You know, there are safer options, and yeah, if something can happen, if you wait long enough, it will happen. At the very minimum, these refineries ought to be required to post a bond that can compensate for the damages if there is a release of hydrofluoric acid. Thank you very much.
Ben, do we have anyone else?
I'm sorry, my mute was on. Thank you for your comments, Mr. Tom, and Al Satter. Al? Mr. Satter, you should be able to unmute now.
Okay. Am I there?
There you go. Yep, go right ahead.
Okay. So yes, 1 year ago, the board caved to pressure from the oil industry and allowed continued use of hydrogen fluoride in the Wilmington Valero refinery and the Torrance PBF refinery. This continuing the danger to nearby communities, and the EPA has recalculated the danger distance to be even greater than what was previously thought to be. Since then, the refineries reported in July that they have done planning and some engineering, but very little actual construction of safety measures. This shows a continued lack of concern for public safety. If they really cared about public safety, they would have put a higher priority on this work since they agreed to do it. And we have learned that there was a massive release of hydrogen fluoride from a refinery accident in Philadelphia. 5,000 pounds of HF was released. This plume could have caused massive casualties. Fortunately, the HF was mixed with hydrocarbons, volatile hydrocarbons. And so then the plume came in contact with the ignition source. And boom, you had a nice big conflagration, fire explosion, and which lofted the combustion products and the HF up into the air and diluted it, taking it out of breathing zone. Can't always count on that happening. And I don't think refineries would like the idea of having a ring of ignition sources around alkylation units as a mitigation measure. We all hope that there will not be an HF, an accident releasing HF, but accidents do happen. Unforeseen accidents happen. And it can only be a matter of time. Hopefully HF will be phased out when refineries are phased out, and hopefully a lot sooner. In any case, let's hope that we don't have a major HF release. But I would hope that the AQMD board would keep an attentive eye on this. And as you know, one of the points that was made was there being no substitute technology. That is not the case anymore. Thanks.
All right, very good. Dr. Burke, that concludes our public commenters. I do have a request from Supervisor Rutherford that wanted to speak, if she could. If we could go back to board member comments for a moment.
Okay. Would Supervisor Rutherford like to speak now?
Yes, thank you, Chair and Vice Chair. I just wanted to briefly address some of the comments that have again been made about the retirement system, SB Sarah, and AQMD's interaction with that. To simply remind my colleagues and the public that the recent changes were a result of a California Supreme Court decision. There is no discretion on behalf of either the Air Quality Management District or SB Sarah in implementing the new judicial-made law that is now in effect in California. I'm very sorry that that has had some negative consequences for people, but both agencies are committed to following the law as we understand it from the court. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And thank you very much for that information. And that concludes our public comment, Mr. Benoit.
It does.
Then I think we move to closed session. Is that where we go, Mr. Bay?
Yes, sir.
I wanted to say Gilchrist, but I couldn't get it out of my mouth.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Okay.
It is necessary for the board to recess to closed session pursuant to Government Code Sections 54956.9 sub A and 54956.9 sub D sub 1 to confer with its counsel regarding pending litigation which has been initiated formally and to which the AQMD is a party. The actions are in the matter of SCAQMD v. Southern California Gas Company, Aliso Canyon Storage Facility, SCAQMD Hearing Board, case number 137-76, order for abatement. People of the State of California, ex rel. SCAQMD v. Southern California Gas Company, Los Angeles Superior Court, case number BC 608322, Judicial Council Coordinated Proceeding number 4861. It is also necessary for the board to recess to closed session pursuant to Government Code Sections 54956.9 sub A and 54956.9 sub D sub 4 to consider initiation of litigation in 2 cases. It is also necessary for the board to recess to closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6 to confer with labor negotiators. Agency designated representative A. John Olvera, Deputy Executive Officer, Administrative and Human Resources, employee organizations, Teamsters Local 911 and South Coast AQMD Professional Employees Association, and unrepresented employees, designated deputies, and management and confidential employees. It is also necessary to recess to closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54957 as specified below to consider performance evaluations for the executive officer and the general counsel.
Bay, really quickly, I have noticed 3 people put their hand up for public comment. My understanding is closed session falls under the general public comment. For those who've already spoke to for general public comment, or excuse me, items of a board member package, right?
We could either take public comment on the closed session now. You know, usually we would take it before closed session.
Does closed session go towards the 3-minute overall limit for the regular board items? We clarified that.
It usually does not. Historically, we've given them additional, usually about 1 minute. I would note, it looks like a lot of the board is left though.
Right, but this is still a publicly facing meeting, and if those board members wanted to watch that part of the video, they could. So I'd like to go ahead and take that comment if we could real quick. We'll go ahead and give 1 minute each.
Sounds good, sir.
Harvey Etter, I see you've raised your hand. If staff could go ahead and unmute 1 minute to speak towards public comment.
But it would be hard to hold a public meeting and allow the public to attend.
There's a board member possibly speaking. Harvey Etter,
hello,
go ahead.
can I be heard?
Yes, Harvey, you have 1 minute towards this.
Okay.
You have 1 minute to speak towards public comment.
Under protest, 1 minute's garbage. This whole meeting is illegal. There was no 72-hour posting in the last meetings. This committee meetings were the same and had no code to get in through Zoom. And I brought it up. Now you got some code. Look, this is illegal, and that we're negotiating right now. And the governor needs to get a hold of me and the head of Justice Barr for what we're in federal court getting run out by the marshals and the sheriffs in December. And that's what we're talking about right now and implementing the Solar New Deal from 16. Everything else is peripheral. Anyway, it's outrageous, man. It's just outrageous, and it cannot continue. So this, this is like the Grand Inquisition or something, man. It's not cool to say the least. Anyway.
I'm sorry, Harvey, that it's not cool. It was nothing related to our closed session, I believe, but thank you for your comments. Our rest of our commenters, we can please stick to items that are part of our closed session. Ranji George, you have a comment regarding our closed session?
Board Member Benoit, thank you. You have been very courteous. Appreciate that. I just want to a quick comment on Madam Board Member's comment that I was ignoring the Supreme Court. No, I am.
Ranji, this is only be towards any item on our closed session.
Okay, all right, Mr. Benoit, appreciate it. Thank you. I just want to say I appreciated the Supreme Court. It's the interpretation of that decision I was going to. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I also have Vanessa Poster and David Poster. Do you folks have a comment on our, your hand keeps going up and down. Do you have a comment on our closed session? Vanessa Poster and David Poster? And their hand, we see you. Mr. and Mrs. Poster, do you have a comment on our closed session?
No, the comment is on, go ahead, now they can hear
On
you.
the refinery issue. Do you hear me?
Yep, that would have been for our general public comment. Go ahead and we'll give you 1 minute real quickly because most of our board has already gone into closed session, but I'll hear your comment and we can forward it on to the rest of the board.
I want to comment on accepting this ludicrous agreement, the promise to fulfill their permit requirements and work to the utmost safety. I think that's embarrassing to accept a promise for them to do what they were supposed to have been doing for all these years. And my other comment was concerning how many warnings we've had, starting with Bhopal, Fukushima, record floods, and they didn't take the warning. Philadelphia, they could have abandoned that and saved themselves bankruptcy. Instead, they have a contaminated hole and unlimited liability. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, and we do need to go into closed session, but thank you for making the time. All right, with that, we'll all go into closed session.
Thank you.
Oh, they just left.
Hi, Bay. You're muted.
Now I'm not. Should I go ahead?
Sure thing.
All right. A report of any reportable actions taken in closed session will be provided to the clerk of the board. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.